Welcome to the game.
Welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest running high stakes poker series. This action is coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino located in Los Angeles, California. And today we've got a star-studded lineup. We see Chris and Frank buying in for 100,000. It is a 100, 200 with a 200 big blind ante game. If you like to see some high technical killers play today, you are in the right place at the right time. Seat number one, we have Matt Su, professional poker player from the East Coast. We've got Chris Brewer. Man, he's such an amazing poker player. Plays all the high rollers. Talented cash game player as well. We got Frank the Bank in seat number 4, here to bring the action and torture souls. He is the Bank. Seat number 6, Saya Ono, one of the best cash game players in all of Los Angeles. We've got John Cohen in seat number 8. John, I used to call him a rising star, but he's just a flat-out star nowadays. And seat number 9, Sebastian, I believe from Spain, who played a 25-50 game, now dabbling in a 100, 200 game. I am JJ De La Garza, and we've got our creative producer, Matt, commentating with me today. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, JJ? You said it, technical game here. This is a competitive game. We have some of the best no-limit hold'em specialists out of the Los Angeles area here in this game today. Chris Brewer, who's been bouncing back between Vegas and playing here high-stakes games in Los Angeles, is one to look out for. We have Saya Most Feared, who inside the Bicycle Casino, also down at Gardens, is a feared cash game player, but I'm really looking forward to the matchup between her and Brewer today.
Yep, that is the matchup to watch out for, no doubt. Chris Brewer with the flush draw now, Rivers the queen. Does have the check mark. Sebastian going to get a pair. Frank with the open ended. Showdown value. River queen.
Brewer bricks the flush draw, but does make a pair on the river.
And once again, we are playing 100, 200 with a $200 fixed line ante. You guys have noticed as well as having our creative producer skills, but a lot of changes have came about. We've got a new remodeled room.
So on the clock, red or
Hollywood projection cameras, an immersive wall. So at times, if someone punts, Matt will see perhaps a field goal kicker.
The punt graphic, my favorite graphic of them all. We like to make this a bit of an interactive show, so you'll see some of these players' own personal videos. You'll see punt graphics and a few surprises that we won't give away.
And those of you who watch High Stakes Friday,
did you ask which one's better?
We are playing with an action clock, 30 seconds every street of poker.
I didn't know if
They
we
got
like.
5 times
I
I
didn't
thought you
want
meant like
to.
which
minute
calls
each.
were better than black.
Yeah,
and I was like,
no.
come
Around
on,
time,
John.
Matt, their hand will be marked dead.
I didn't want to waste a flop if we didn't waste time.
2,500.
Once again, I am JJ De La Garza, your resident commentator here on most of high stakes games. And just remember that money won is twice as sweet as money earned. Those of you with day jobs definitely know the feeling. And Matt with 2 aces finally pops up on our graphics, and nothing like getting angels on hand number 2 of the night. And let's kick off this party correctly. Smash that like button. Let's get to 100 likes in the first. Let's try in the first 15 minutes. These killers are out here battling in a tough high stakes game.
And if you haven't yet, we are running the Live at the Bike Predictor game again for today's episode. So if you want to play along with Live at the Bike and win some free merch and swag and just have a lot of fun playing along with the show, head over to valleyplay.com/LATB. You can submit your predictions for what's going to happen in today's game. That game will close at 4 p.m. PST, so that's just in a little less than an hour. So go ahead, hop over there and join along and make some predictions with us.
I was wearing my swag yesterday.
I think my favorite question on today's game is whether or not a vlogger is going to smash their camera.
Is there a vlogger playing today?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Oh, okay.
I think perhaps that might be a reference to one, you know, the great ambassador of poker, Daniel Negreanu, of course, who lost in a horrible suck-out situation and lost his cool a little bit.
How do you feel about that?
Lost his camera. I think it was fine. I don't think it was that threatening or anything. You know, we see in sports all the time people get very upset, get very excited, show passion, show energy. And, you know, sometimes that passion is anger. But I don't think he did anything too violent.
I'm on both sides of the fence because I agree with you 100%. But I also feel like him as an ambassador, when players see him act out, then we're going to see a lot more craziness that's acceptable. Because he's like the GOAT in our, I don't want to say sport, but in our gambling era of poker, you know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. And I think the perspective I'm kind of speaking on is just as a human being. But, yeah, I don't think we want to see Tom Brady, you know, throwing middle fingers at the camera during an NFL game.
Or you don't want to see Chris Brewer, like, just get the chair and whack one of our immersive wall. You know, if Danny Negreanu did it, that would be
I mean, it'd make a
fun.
hell of a YouTube clip. So
Maybe that's an investment we should make.
yeah.
Stage that and have an extra camera up and ready. Pair for KY.
2,000.
KY bets and he gets snapped off by Frank making a ace high hero call. No, he actually made a pair of twos on the river. He thought perhaps those would be good.
Similar hand strength. The deuce, ace high.
Frank is an action player. He's a not afraid to get in there and use those chips to win pots or to look you up light. We expect to see him driving a considerable amount of the action tonight. Perhaps he'll be slowed down just a bit with Saya sitting directly on his left.
No way.
You don't think so?
There's no slowing Frank the Bank. And if you guys would like to jump in the poll. Matt, who are you rooting for today? You guys put your votes in. We got Saya, we got Frank the Bank, and John Cohen. I kind of think I know who you're going to say.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't want to bias the jury poll just yet, but after we've run the poll a little bit, I'll give you my fan favorite, my personal favorite.
3 players.
We're going to see 3 to a flop here. Frank with the best hand pre-flop with a pair of 7s.
Chris Brewer with that Israeli Ron hand.
And a flush draw to boot. Chris bets 600, and Frank, undeterred, makes a call. And Brewer's going to hit a queen on the turn, giving him the best hand. And these two players are playing deep. Both started with 100K. Not a big pot in the middle here, though.
1,200.
Showdown value for Chris Brewer.
Interesting that Frank leads out here. Quick snap call from Brewer. Frank biting his tongue a little bit. His eyes going up into the lights above him.
Yeah, not the easiest call, man. I mean, he loses to a king, he loses to a 5 now, he loses to a queen with a better kicker. He has clubs in his hand, so it's less likely that Frank bricked out with clubs and still finds that hero call.
Is this stream today or is it recorded? Huh?
It was a smaller bet size, about a third.
Damn, all my
Raise to 5.
Which one do you prefer? Disneyland or California Adventure?
Dude, I always I like don't even remember which one's like which. Yeah, like I've only been like a few times in the past like 10 years. Yeah.
Didn't you grow up in San Diego?
Yeah, but like
I'll give you 45.
didn't have a childhood, man. You know? No, I just didn't. I never went that much. Yeah, like we always did like Six Flags and stuff like that when I was a kid. We did the more like intense roller coaster stuff,
No, I did a bunch of launch pads.
like King's Dominion and stuff on the East Coast, stuff like that. Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah, I did Knott's a lot too. Actually, the water park, right? Or Knott's.
yeah. That was they had Soak City, I think.
Yeah, Knott's Oak City. Yeah, I did that a bunch.
Raise to 5.
You gone to Disney as an adult?
Yeah, I went with my niece. It's still fun.
Yeah, I went
Heads up.
4 or 5 years ago and it was last.
Yeah.
Jack 5 deuce. 2-7 still good as Chris Brewer is going to go in check call mode. Fun fact, Matt, did you know that? Do you know why Chris Brewer is growing out his hair like that?
I thought it was just a fashion statement, but it seems like you're alluding to there's more. I'm guessing a prop bet.
So this goes bet turned by Frank, and Frank's going to win with his 9. Yeah, so the owner of Poker Go, Kerry Katz, he plays all the high rollers. I don't know the amount of money, but I think it was somewhere in the ballpark of 20,000 to grow it out for a year, and then extended it and like doubled it for a year and a half or something like that. And it has to be a mullet, so that his mullet's looking. How would you say that? Nice and it's definitely not nice and tight. That's for
That
sure.
mullet is looking fire.
There you go.
That mullet is on fire. It's looking a little stanky. It's looking a little curly. It looks like it's got texture. It looks like it holds your head up while you sleep. Everything a mullet should do. It has character.
Pocket aces for Matsu. Not the greatest board for aces, but he does have the straight draw. And Frank has nothing.
I don't think I'd like it anymore either.
I
Yeah.
just have a headache.
Yeah, same.
My body would hold.
I used to love them when I was a kid. Yeah.
Have you ever been on a roller coaster while you're high?
Robinelli says, I believe Saya
I'm inside.
will run good
I think
tonight.
the water parks would be more fun.
Well,
so,
I'm
like,
sure
the water parks
she's
would be okay.
hoping for
The
that.
slides aren't that
She,
like-
Yeah, the crazy
had
roller coasters where your head's like.
a bit of a downswing in her last session. I think she went on tilt a little bit,
Yeah, exactly.
making some very light calls, may have misread her hand and
Salad with chicken?
I did the last
lost a lot of money in a bomb pot, so she's looking to bounce back. I think she'll play well tonight.
Saya's been known
Wait,
to
wait,
tilt
wait,
a little bit, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Still fun,
Yeah.
but still gentle.
Yeah, so it's probably the opposite now when I'm an adult. I'd probably like Disneyland better than the Six Flags stuff. Yeah.
Interesting that Saya buys in for 30,000. You know, has Frank the Bank to her direct right. King 8-9. Top 2 for Saya Ono.
And just like that, the run good predicted
1,300.
Yeah, I went to the
appears right here.
Santa Cruz Boardwalk
Okay,
like a couple years ago.
Frank is going to need an 8 or some backdoor straight draw outs, and that is not one of them. Turn ace. 6,500 in the pot, and let's see how much Saya puts in this pot.
Yeah, there's actual sense of danger where you're like,
She bets big, Matt.
like break.
5,200.
the still ones are always they're really fascinating.
Charging Frank for his flush draw, if he had one, or perhaps hoping he's floated with a ace high flush draw and hit that ace.
How is Paris and Valley?
So 2 theories of thought here, Matt.
Nicer.
on a GTO standpoint, she has range advantage, can rep all the strong hands, correct? And then from an exploit standpoint, she knows that Frank likes to call big bets.
Right.
He doesn't get called to bank by
From,
not
like, Paris,
putting in
Paris
money
to
in the
Valleys
pot.
or something?
Well, just even to get to the poker room, you have to walk through the stand.
Oh, okay, okay.
And you used to be able just to, like...
But once you're there, all the tables are in the same area.
Frank on the
right?
clock.
We really do...
Yeah.
I think
funny
he'll
is
give this one up, Matt.
sticker thing?
Well, just
I
as I
don't
say
know.
that,
What is this? This is like...
As you said, they don't call him Frank the Bank for nothing.
he's grabbing raisin chips.
I thought it was hilarious, and then I faced like a.
Maybe he just needs to stretch his fingers.
And all, but this isn't funny anymore.
All right, good
No,
fold,
I already
Frank.
said
It was just some
somebody
chip
during a big pot is
calisthenics
going to complain about that, and they're going to have to get rid of it. You know, like
for his
I don't
5 finger
care,
digits.
but
Another 10 back.
Oh, you're support.
Sorry for that.
And this is by far my favorite type of lineup to commentate on, Matt.
just like
By
added
far,
pressure.
hands down.
I hope that...
I love a mixture of Rex and pros, and then sometimes, once in a while, I just like to see these killers kill each other. Survival of the fittest. Who's going to walk out with all the chips? Who's going to eat
I
tonight?
played a game where we did that.
This is certainly the type of lineup where
A 100K
if you're watching live at the bike to learn something about poker, to learn strategy that you're going to be able to take to your home game or your local casino, you'll be able to pick something up here. This isn't the fish fry. These are some technical players, some competitive players, and they're out here battling.
Frank the Bank with ace-5 off and a 3-bet, and Saya waking up with 2 kings.
Does she just call here? In position against Frank?
No way, Jose. She knows Frank wants to play big pots. If she gets a big hand, she's going to try to play a big pot.
She also knows he just folded that previous hand to her.
Gutty for Frank the Bank or an ace to win this one.
You don't hate this flop when you're playing ace-5. Certainly going to see one card at least. This board has to feel pretty safe for Saya. Let's see what sizing she chooses. She chooses the larger size here. Like you said, she knows that Frank will pile in money.
When Saya cold 4-bets, especially when early position versus middle position, she's repping strong hands, Matt. She's repping the aces, the queens, the kings. Sometimes even ace-5 suited herself, so it's a spot where she can choose big bet sizes with her range. Wow, and I didn't think Frank would fold to 1-bet with that ace and the gutty, but Frank does make the good fold.
You know, it's that situation when you start early in a session. At least personally, I tend to try to not get involved in speculative pots too much because there's nothing worse than starting off a session, getting stuck in a spot where you're, probably drawing at a pretty marginal spot. It just doesn't feel good because then you feel like the rest of your session is just trying to dig yourself out of a hole, right? So I feel like Frank a little bit more conservative here at the start of this session. Now that said, we've seen Frank get it all in on a draw for 100,000 within 5 hands. So perhaps that's just how he's feeling today.
That's a good point. I used to be on that school of thought too. Now I'm not on that wave, but I think it's good if you know yourself. 4-3-2. There are 2 spades. Both players whiff. KY with the gutty. Very wide range spots. The 2 widest range spots, blind versus blind. And this does go check, and a check, and a king on the river for good measure for Mr. Brewer. And I think that was a pretty good gem you dropped, though, Matt, to be honest. Because if you know yourself and you know you're going to play differently stuck at the beginning of the session, then that is very smart. And that's a wise tip to you guys out there. If you know that a quick loss is going to hinder the rest of your 6-8 hour session, then play snug at the beginning. A bunch of these players at the table, like Chris Brewer and Sean Cohen and Saya, this kid Sebastian, they're going to be playing close to game theory optimal, so a little damage to their stack shouldn't make them play differently, but you never know. So last week's lineup, Matt, we weren't doing too much talking. This week, I think we can do some talking if these players are quiet. Raise from Saya.
Scoot and they don't scoot.
You just harp in here instead of the heart.
Yeah, just something where I can move the jail a little bit.
700.
Saya flopping top pair with her ace. Bet and a quick fold by Mr. John Cohen. John, an absolute crusher in these high stake games, except on our show. John was telling me that I think he's lost. He's played 8 times. He's lost. He's only won 1 time on this show, which is pretty dismal. So I'm sure John is hoping to turn that around in this session.
Wow, shout out to Vic Holcomb. He says, hey JJ, I'm still in the main. Bagged 312K yesterday. That's a big stack for going into day 3 of the main. Congratulations, Vic. John with 2 kings.
The first time I went, we had to whale this like blue band. You couldn't take it off.
Matt sending him some run good from the booth.
Because the way they did it, you had to go to quarantine for 2 weeks when you got there, but they made the hotel the quarantine area. So it was like, you weren't allowed to use the hotels.
Saya pulls ahead just like that, and now with a straight on that turn.
Test like every 3 days. Ask anything. But it really was this just giant blue wristband that had like a like tobacco thing.
Perhaps I should have tried a bit harder.
If your phone turned off.
Been more sincere with my run good juju.
All right, I mean, you guys jump in the votes right now. I'm going to end it in a couple minutes. Who are you rooting for, Saya, Frank the Bank, or John Cohen? And then we will put the next poll will be, will John Cohen book a win? I mean, if I'm a betting man, I would go with the odds. He's 1 in 8. I'm going to go with the no, but you guys can.
You're going to go with no.
Yeah, that's the easy one. Easy
Past
money.
performance does imply future results.
Australia's open now.
I mean, think about a horse race. Would you bet on the same horse who keeps losing? I would never. It's a simulant.
It's certainly a difficult lineup to eke out a win.
It was like, yeah, but you have to pay for the hotel, which is like the ridiculous part. They don't just like put you in a hotel.
The Hong Kong's really expensive too.
Yeah.
John going to defend his big blind. Actually has Chris dominated.
Not much of anything for anyone here. This will be a battle of who wants it the most.
900.
Sorry.
Wow. And this lineup just got a little bit tougher, Matt. We've got the pro who used to reside in Chicago, now lives in Los Angeles, Ryan Malky.
Hey, how you at it?
Small blind, big blind.
So, at times throughout my poker career in 2018 and 19, there was a game at another casino. It was a 10-20 game, and I would see John Cohen, Chris Brewer, and Ryan in it all the time. And you know what I would do?
What's that?
I wouldn't sit it. I'd go right back to the 5-10 and be like, well, why are all these guys battling? And here they are again, battling again.
The stakes are just a bit higher, huh?
And I'm walking away from that game just like I am from this one. Scared out of my mind.
Yeah, the
Pocket tens for Matt. He's going to raise it up to 500. KY calls with King Queen off. Frank getting in there with Queen Jack off.
Hey.
And a set of tens for Matt. This is a hand you definitely want to check here on this type of board texture. Your opponents cannot have much of anything.
showed up at 2 o'clock.
And he does check. He took my advice. Interesting turn card. KY now picking up top pair. Frank
I was shocked, and I was
is open-ended.
1:30 on the first one. I stayed around for half an hour.
I got here before.
This is where you want to
1
pounce
o'clock.
and bet.
Yeah, I'm always the first one here.
And
so
Matt
I'll
does
stand here.
just that, betting 700.
Oh, you
Quick
have to.
call
Yeah.
from KY,
Just
who
in
has
case
top
it's
pair
tried.
of kings. Frank with the open-ended calls as well.
Yeah.
When's the bet over?
I got 6 more months.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no.
And look
Looks like
at
every time I
that.
see it.
Frank
What's it bet?
the bank.
Famous
No, mullet. No,
Hits
I don't think
Broadway.
it's
Hair,
male
his hair.
style.
Huh?
His hair is like a mullet. Like,
And this is a
Uh-huh.
very
You have the
disguised
tweed that
straight.
way?
Yeah.
Backdoor
Oh, I was
clubs do
wondering
come
why-
in.
Why you do your hair like that?
Perhaps
Yeah,
could
no,
save
it wasn't-
Matt
it wasn't
some.
a,
You
But
just
he
thought
holds
thought
the
it
10
looked
of
good?
clubs. Not a good card for him.
No, you actually pull it off
you
though.
thought he made the decision.
I
Frank
appreciate
betting
Saya not saying
4,000.
anything. She's like, he does not look good, but you know what? I'll let him be.
Matt's chuckling himself because he
Yeah,
knows
I
he's
paid-
trapped here, but he's got to pay it
I
off.
paid like 6K to grow it. I got
Okay.
paid 1K a month. to
Chris
pay it,
Brewer.
And then he paid like an extension that was like a lot.
Wow.
The extension was a bunch.
Must be a rich guy.
Yeah, it's Terry Cats.
Good, how are you? Thank you.
Oh,
20.
Harry?
Yeah.
So,
So I heard something like 6K for the first few months and then paid a bunch for an extension. So
I think we're just doing it.
how much, Matt?
For me to do the mullet
Absolutely.
for like a year and a half. I I actually did a mullet during the pandemic for free, just because my girlfriend at the time really liked it. It didn't, you know, I'm not sure I looked the best with it, so I'd settle at like 60, 70,000 maybe.
What?
Yeah.
That much money?
I
I'm
think
cheap.
20. I think as a public figure, as a poker player like Brewer, I think 20K is.
that was just it.
I think 20K is ridiculous. The man just bought in for 100 grand.
Spent 2 days there. Yeah.
That's like the party.
20K.
Like the college.
That's all I hear. It was show. I mean, I was right next to the pier. I brought my dog, so.
Sayono.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like.
Bunch of early.
Ace queen
Yeah,
flush
going
draw
into
for
the
her on
calls
this
at night, it's
834,
just
2
calls, like,
hearts.
San Diego State.
That's what I heard. My friend lives there. He doesn't even tell people that's where he lives. He says something else to not get about the impression.
Matt's going to be calling with any pair on this
That's
board,
awesome.
especially versus
Yeah.
small
It's a
sizing.
sweet area.
He
It's
does.
fun to hang out in. There's a bunch of good like coffee shops and stuff too.
Now he did a coffee shop tour with me one day.
Yeah, there you go.
All the local spots, it's great.
This is an interesting spot. If you want to learn something at home, boys and girls, how does Saya play the nut flush draw? She's going to check sometimes,
What's the
maybe at a
name of it?
small
It's called
frequency.
Best Damn Latte Ever.
She's mainly going to
Good,
be
straight to
betting.
the point.
What
Yeah.
sizing does she choose?
Fantastic.
These are the spots that Matt was talking about earlier. See how
Oh,
much she
straight to
bet.
the point.
Almost 2x is the size of the pot. And that's to punish those middling pairs like Matt had, or perhaps even an 8. And that's what makes her amazing.
Nick from Yuma asks, JJ, can you hook me up with Saya? Well, listen, Nick. I know you're a good guy, but Saya only has room in her heart for one love. And that's the love of the game. This game that we all admire and choose to play. No Limit Texas Hold'em. So, if you're just joining us, thank you for being here. You are watching Live at the Bike, coming to you from the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino in Los Angeles, California. My name is Weez. I'm here with JJ. What a country we live in where we can hang out here and watch high-stakes action like this on a Friday.
For sure, and if you guys enjoy watching this authentic high-stakes action, help grow our channel. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, click the notify bell. Let's get to 200 likes in the first hour.
I know.
We've got about 500. We're approaching 600 viewers
No, right now, no.
and only 65 likes thus far. So if you haven't just yet, smash that like button. For the players at the table, for the crew here at Live at the Bike, let's go.
Dude, it's very weird. It's like in the middle of the series. There's still like
Yeah, I don't
3
know.
weeks left of the World Series.
That's not normal.
It's normally like the last event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like a lot of times it'll be like a week left after,
Yeah, but-
but it like goes along with the final table or something.
Right.
This
Yeah,
will be
like-
like the final table of happen and be done, and it'll still be a week and a half left.
Yeah. Yeah, like the
It's the
10K
same-
6 max is like going during the final. It starts like
Yeah,
during the
it's
final
very
table or something. Yeah.
it's weird.
It's the same. They just added more events at the end because it's always 4th of July weekend at the start.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Or whatever. There's a ton of stuff after.
Nick from Yuma says, I'm serious. I'd take Saya out for a date to Applebee's. Well, that's convenient because there's an Applebee's located right across from the casino. You might actually have a shot at that. But you'd probably have to go play in her 10-20 game too.
I always love like the whole game.
I mean, he's drawing about dead. But you have a better chance of winning this year's main event. Saya,
The argument used to be you.
2 queens.
Sunday, 'cause that's when, like, guys
Pot
would play.
brewing here.
What you're saying? Which day one is the best?
Yeah,
4
the
bet.
argument used to be like try to play Sunday.
Ryan, who bought him for
I
20,000.
think it doesn't really matter.
I don't think matters.
Yeah.
What day, like, what suits
It's
me?
going
I'm playing
to
probably
release.
the worst day. Like I'm gonna play July 4th.
Ryan Malky.
And that's probably
not
the day
running
that
well
all
on
the
this
weekends
show
are gonna be, like,
either.
drinking, so like it's probably
There
the
have
worst
been
day.
lineups where I'm certain he
You know
felt he was a favorite
you know
in.
who John Jaffe is?
The results
Sounds familiar.
have not
He's
been
like-
so favorable to
Yeah,
him.
he's been around forever.
I think
But he
I'm
always
certain
wears, like,
he's
a
also
whole
looking
outfit
just like
and
John
stuff.
Cohen to turn
He'll
around
sit down and
his
he'll
live
just
at the bike
open, like,
appearances.
7X only. And then like he'll like.
But you gotta admire the
All day
heart
open
of
7X.
these players,
Yeah.
and that's what
And then
makes
he'll like tell
them
someone he's
the
had like
real
different, like,
professional
jobs.
poker player.
Yeah.
Is that any
He
stakes,
told, like,
any
when he was
game,
told he was a
they're
dolphin
showing up here. I
trainer,
mean, they
and
got
he, like,
Chris
he'll look
Brewer
stuff
in this
up and
game.
he'll, like, give, like, full back.
Isn't it a new jacket?
This isn't a guy that's easy to get money off
Yeah, I
of.
bought
He'll
it
be
today.
like, yeah, like,
They're
I'm
still
a
here
dolphin
putting their
trainer,
money up on the
Seaworld,
table.
like, we've been
That's
walking-
hilarious. And he makes sure he's all knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, like, he like, looks it up beforehand. He's like trolled like the poker news and told us before.
That's
He'll give like a fake, like not in the registration, but if someone asks him,
Yeah,
he'll give like a
I'm
fake
jazzed,
name. Yeah. So good.
Okay. $800.
Frank the Bank, flopping trip 4s and playing it passively.
Raise to 20.
Gets that extra money sprinkled in. Don't you love when that happens, Matt? When you play, you slow play a little bit and get someone betting into you with a strong hand.
Card control.
NBA fan?
I just saw that. Yeah.
Especially when you're an action player like Frank.
It ain't more, but I'm still surprised.
It's like, I think it's like addicted to Twitter.
Fortunately for him, no one had much of
Yeah, it was a
anything.
good off-season.
In the poll earlier, who are you rooting
what do
for?
you think
Saya,
about
Frank the Bank, and John Cohen. Saya had almost 60% of the votes.
That would have been my vote.
I think that'd be nice.
Saya most feared.
That'd be so
She's
funny.
quickly become my
him to
favorite
really
player to
go
watch on Live at the Bike.
Yeah, can I get a cold
Hold
brew?
it.
She is the type of player
You know,
that
it'd be funny if they
other
traded
pros,
Westbrook to
when they
to
see her at the
Brooklyn
table,
for
No,
Kyrie,
just
they
West.
just
made him
won't
stay
play.
with Westbrook for a little
Ryan
bit, you know?
Malky,
Like,
John
'cause he,
Cohen,
like,
Chris
initially
Brewer,
left
not those
Westbrook.
pros. They'll show up and play.
Oh, man, that's a
That's
bang
what
bang.
like, Kyrie wants. He wants to come back to the Lakers, right? So
Westbrook's the worst. There was some tweet I saw where it was like, Woj was like, Russell Westbrook like takes his extension with the Lakers, and the false comment was, we already knew that, because like he literally can't get signed anywhere
500?
else.
Right.
He'll get like league minimum.
yeah,
and he's
it's like
getting
47 million
Yeah.
or something. So insane.
So it was like there was never a question whether or not he was going to take his extension.
Yeah.
Three players.
Nut flush draw for Siono. Or for Frank the Bank, the ace deuce of diamonds.
What if Katie just goes back to the Warriors?
800.
And you see how this lead looks a little funky, Matt, like a
I guess
lead.
he wants to go to Phoenix.
This is
They
actually
could somehow swing
the
that,
only,
like, they would-
there's
they would
only
win.
2 type of boards
They
that
could
you
keep it
can
even.
lead
There's no way
from
to
a
keep it
solver
even.
perspective
I feel
from
like
the
he's a
blinds.
Google
And
guy
it's a
because
paired
he's
board
good. Like, you
and a
still want-
dynamic 5-6-7 two-tone board.
Him and Kyrie both. They both just
Frank
Kyrie's way
leads
worse, I think.
correctly.
Kyrie, like,
I mean, the
Not a
Celtics
good
are
turn
probably
card for him.
legitimately happy that they didn't.
Although they are splitting the
Yeah.
pot, actually.
Kyrie's like not made it. He's made it not work with Boston, the Nets.
I mean, Cleveland too.
The end of Cleveland.
Even though they won.
Yeah. I mean, they
He's
made it
just
work. He wanted out, you know. and
He's
he-
just a crazy.
1800.
yeah. Super talented though. Like I still want him to come to LA and play for the Lakers
He's so good.
because like he does mesh well with LeBron and like,
This is
dude,
definitely
with
a tough
LeBron,
spot
AD, and Kyrie, I think
for
they-
Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, even if you gotta count
Frank
him
has a
in,
let out on this board.
Yeah. Like if AD could just be like a semblance of himself.
Yeah.
He has a pair. Of course, he's concerned about the 5. Blank on the turn.
No, he really is just out of his mind.
Frank really can put Ryan to the dust here.
think so.
Oh, this is going to make him sick
He-
if he sizes up.
He recanted that.
What?
He
He
recanted
recanted that? Okay.
Yeah, he said he got stuck in a YouTube
okay.
rabbit hole.
36.
He's making
That
progress.
won't do it. And Ryan makes a quick
Yeah.
call, and they're going to chop
Still
this pot.
solvable.
Chop?
Look at that hole. 4 first-round picks.
Shove it right on.
I know Gobel's good, but holy. I guess Minnesota.
Everyone else is like a scrub. These dudes okay.
I mean, Minnesota, 4 full-round picks.
And we are 3 likes away from 100. Who's going to send us over that mark of 100 likes today? Go. Also, make sure you put your vote in the poll. Matt, our creative producer, who's commentating with me this fine evening, mentioned to us earlier in the show that John Cohen is 1 for 8 in his last 8 outings, or 9 outings, 8
You got
outings
lucky.
on Live at the Bike. So the
I
question
got
is,
lucky,
do you
I
think he's
forgot.
going to win or not?
One of us got lucky. I can't remember. I got lucky.
Put your vote in.
You almost going to join there, the flop. Flop, you had 5, you joined there. What do you think about that? I even don't know how you come at flop.
Frank correctly asking, he's not sure how Malky called him on the flop there. But here's the thing, Frank is looked at as the action player by Malky, and he
Oh yeah.
is going
70 yards.
to assign more bluffs
Anthony Edwards.
to Frank.
Did you watch him in the Adams?
And when you're in position against a player who has a propensity to bluff and to try to blow people off hands,
This fireworks of a dime.
you don't come here to necessarily fold.
Easy to watch. Fun.
Oh, watch it.
He plays the villain.
Oh, okay. He's a good villain.
Amazing villain. Yeah.
He's a he's a surprisingly good actor with LeBron. LeBron's like
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, I think he's good too.
Yeah, it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
In Trainwreck, right?
Yeah. He's like legitimately funny.
Yeah.
I guess he's got way more experience than anyone else now, like any other.
Because he has so many
He's touched so
commercials.
many
I missed that. You talking about Space Jam?
Oh, not Space Jam. No, I meant home. I forgot that Space Jam 2 existed.
Yeah.
I don't
He's not even in it.
You
He's
are
in it.
watching
commercials and stuff.
Live at the
Yeah,
Bike.
it's a lot of practice.
What were you talking
You want
about when you
to
said you
join
were
along and play
The one that
along
you
with
pulled
us?
Yeah, okay.
Head over to bally.com/LATB
Yeah,
and you can
sure.
play the Live at the Bike predictor game. Submit a couple predictions on what you think is going to happen in this game you're watching right now, and you can win free merch and swag. And it's just a fun way to kind of engage with our game and compete against the rest of the players in the chat. That game will close here in about 20 minutes. Valleyplay.com/live at the bike or /LATB.
600.
John and Sebastian with about the same hand. Queen Jack off.
Raise. 2200.
Now this is a battle of who wants it the most.
Yeah, a spot where John Cohen is going to have more 8s than Sebastian's under the gun range. John Cohen with some backdoors to the hard draws, just going to take advantage. Maybe he sees Sebastian as a player that hasn't played this big and is just going to put aggression on an unfamiliar face. How much did Sebastian buy him for? 15, maybe the lightest on the table. So maybe John Cohen is going to use some extra exploits to just punish someone who he feels this might be a little big for him.
Oh. 500. What's up?
8-5 deuce. Ryan with the backdoor straight draw does check it back. Sebastian does check, which most likely he will. Here comes the delay, c-bet.
600.
Can rep king queen with that queen in his hand. Those
What are you
of
doing?
you,
There's no events right now.
Yeah,
those of you that just tuned in, you are watching a 100-200 game with a $200 big blind ante. And
He
this
played since
action
he
is
played
coming
last
to you
time,
live
like
from the
6
beautiful
months
Park
ago.
West Bicycle Hotel and Casino.
The hyper turbo it's over in one day.
I think it's 1 day. And maybe they might play down to 5 and then
Yeah.
finish it day 2. That's a lot of times what they do. But pretty much all the big tournaments are done. There's like 150K left.
After the main, right? I think.
Yeah. And then there's like 10K 6 max, I think.
Yeah.
And 10K
你看这个
PLL.
小二子是干
There's
上
not like
没有一把实力没有二的。
JJ, what do you think's going through the mind of a player like Frank, who's definitely the action player? You know, I'm not gonna say that he's the spot in this game, but he's a recreational player. He's surrounded by these sharks. What's his kind of MO? You know, why is he showing up to this
This is
game?
my
What's
water,
his? How does he approach
Yeah,
it?
it's yours.
So he knows that these guys are more studied than him, and they are the pros. But his biggest strength, Matt, is that he has a lot of power behind him. He has a big
That's right,
bankroll.
that's
He's got the bankroll.
Yeah, so when you have a bankroll, you can
never
put
eat on
pressure on
Friday?
players. You
Why?
can
I'm good at
play
tennis, I'm good at a gym.
hands
Stand up
that
and eat.
other players wouldn't, and you can be
Is he not gonna go
unpredictable.
to the
And that
gym?
unpredictable
That's not
element is still
This is
powerful in
I already
poker.
went to the gym today.
Nice, see?
For me, it's a little bit easier playing against a pro. You know how they're going to play. But against someone who can have any two at any time, that really can put you in spots. And that old saying that I love to use, the brain in the blender, Frank can do that at any moment. And that's what makes him tricky to play against.
Kind of like not eating and getting really caffeine buzz. It feels good in a weird way.
I haven't eaten anything yet either.
It's
45 minutes of cardio today.
Is there any big stuff? later
Yeah,
this
something
year,
like
Chris?
that.
Is there
I
any big
just
stuff
squeezed the
out
session
later
in.
this year, or not really? There's no more like super high roller bowls or anything.
oh yeah, those
Yeah, he's behind the button.
those 2 more tritons.
Not only is Saya a scary poker
wasn't
player
talking about
to
it.
play against, but she's also working out
She did 45 minutes of cardio today.
to get her mind right.
Oh my goodness.
Good luck to these
As
boys.
soon as I heard that, I was like, I need to put down this Red Bull vodka and
London and Triton
go hit the gym.
I mean, I should be working out before my big sessions
play
too
that,
on Tuesdays and Saturdays, but I don't.
15 mil guaranteed.
Ace King for the banker.
I'll tell you, if I was playing Saya, I'd be in a lot better shape, okay?
It's gonna be also
So I was seeing results.
I'd be
of-
at the
of
gym
results
every
when I
morning,
was going
7
to the
a.m.
NBA, And then all of a sudden,
Maybe
I
like
started
8:30.
eating like 2
Maybe like
meals
9.
a day. And I don't know how many
After
calories.
lunch, I would definitely go after lunch.
Maybe over 1,500 calories.
After
saying
traffic.
you
I think
dropped
I'd go after traffic. Probably
No,
9
I
o'clock
haven't- I
p.m. That's
didn't-
when
I
I'd roll in.
Something probably.
I didn't drop my
I'd
calories.
be too
And
tired.
then I was still eating like 2 meals.
That's how my gym
probably
sessions
overall,
mostly go.
like
They're
1,500
mostly a
calories.
figment of my
And now I
imagination.
don't see any results. It's frustrating.
So they're not doing 5 dimes.
It's only been like a week.
Yeah,
right?
they'll be placing 5
Yeah.
WPTs, replacing it with the WPT championship.
I mean, that's just another good point that you bring up, Matt. These players look differently now than 20, 15 years ago. Look at everyone's fit at this table. No one's overweight. Chris Brewer, you better bet he exercises. I know Ryan Malky's in CrossFit. Saya said how she did a 45-minute cardio session
In the
before
back,
this
can you get a
game.
coach?
John Cohen lifts weights.
Because that would guarantee you're going to hit it.
Probably. But I've been eating healthy
Frank
though.
lifts
Like-
bags of money and puts it into a vault.
That's
I have a
preferable.
weight loss bag where I have to lose 20 pounds in 3 months.
I don't usually have to run like a wild deficit for 2 months or 3 months.
So far, I've only been like, I've been doing a lot of cardio. And,
But the big thing is just whether or not you're at a
Not
deficit.
eating. Yeah.
Like full weight loss.
All right, Saya, we get it.
Weight loss is
You
just
work
more
out.
of intake
oh,
yourself.
okay.
Not that it's healthy for you.
How much more time do you have, Sarah?
How much more? I have
bet.
like 9 or 10 more weeks.
Okay, you have a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, worst comes to-
You just stop.
Frank's going to try
I was
to
gonna say,
trap
worst comes to
Saya
worst,
on
like, you can do
2
it the,
streets. Saya does
prize
not
fighters do.
bite.
Yeah.
Just like
Water weight it.
just dehydrate yourself like
You definitely start taking
the
like
last
HGH or
week.
something.
Even though that's, I guess that would be like cheating, but I don't know. It's,
Whatever. Like say I'm
you got to stipulate ahead of time. but-
Yeah. I doubt they have that situation. They show up and that's their weight.
Yeah, then like you win, I guess, right?
It's just water weight.
Yeah.
Saya thinking about this with just ace high. Gives
No,
it
we'll
up.
shed like 15, 20 pounds, a lot of the guys, yeah. Like, and then gain it all back
Just yoked.
within 24 hours.
That's the
Those
crazy
great.
part. How you can gain it back.
Gain it back, yeah.
It's funny, Matt, this table for a minute, you can hear a pin drop, and you talk about exercise, and these poker players are not only professional poker players, but professional in fitness. I mean, I doubt the latter is true, but they believe it.
I mean, everyone looks pretty in shape here, to be honest. Sebastian has that like Eurofit look where the guy probably smokes 3 packs of cigarettes a day and could outrun a bull. Has frequently. Jesus Guerrero says, Saya is the baddest bee in the game, respectfully. I respectfully agree with you. We don't call her most feared for no reason.
You meant like bee, like, what up, bee? Like that. Like, what up?
I think so. I think so.
That's what I was thinking you meant. That's what they, you know.
I'm putting two and two together here, you know. I don't think there was any disrespect meant there. George W. Bush Center for Intelligence says, thinking of driving to Lucky Lady Casino? Anyone want to split the cost of gas? I'll tell you, I just...
If you're asking that question, you probably shouldn't be gambling, you know? Right?
I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I filled up. It was $200.
What the hell are you driving?
In Los Angeles. I got a big gas tank.
You driving like a big rig?
I wish. It's a V8. That's the problem. That's the problem. Need a lot of fuel in there.
Ryan Malky with the 210s. Frank the Bank praying for the deuce. The duck. Jack 6-6. High C-bet frequency going to come from Ryan Malky. Chooses about 30% sizing. Frank going to call. Going to keep Ryan honest just in case Ryan has something like ace king or ace queen. That run out might get Ryan a little bit extra money. Frank now with the full house. 6 is full of deuces.
Oh, and he checks. Tricky, tricky.
And I've seen Frank go for thin value here versus ace highs.
I mean,
Frank might bet.
He's hoping to snap off against like what, a 7 or an 8 or something, pair of 7s or 8s or something.
No,
like that.
Frank's hoping that Ryan has an ace high here. He's going to probably bet small. I've seen him do this and get called.
Sure, but I mean, Ryan is checking because what, he puts Frank on 7s or 8s or something like that, hoping that he will bet it.
3,600.
3,600. No, he's hoping that Frank has airball and will just bluff. Frank value owns himself a little bit. Frank's not going to like that. He knows he could have checked it back. He got a little greedy there. I don't mind. I've seen him do that exact bet week over week, Matt, and they pay him off every time with ace queen. He knows his image. Saya just said, good bet, Frank. You'll get paid by worse. I think that's what she said. That's what I was thinking, at least. I'm going to end this poll pretty soon if you guys would like to put your vote in. Will John Cohen book a win today? Yes to the moon, or he's got no shot? Put your vote in. It's about 50-50 at the moment.
And then everyone uses the trade machine. It's the most ridiculous trade
And if you haven't yet, and you'd like to play along at home, make your prediction on what's going to happen in today's game, head over to ballyplay.com/LATB. Submit your predictions for what's going to happen. I don't think there's a vlogger camera out here.
They get paid the most.
So I think that's, you already know the answer to one question. I don't think it's possible for someone to smash their vlogging camera.
It's because the best players are capped at what they can make, right?
Yeah.
So, like they have to spend the money somehow.
And sometimes they just.
But you never know. Maybe someone gets stuck huge, and they decide they need to, you know, make some extra income, and all of a sudden they pull out their iPhone and they just start vlogging here at the table.
If the best players, if there was no salary cap on a player, like
Frank the
best,
bank
there would be
flops
like
the
10
flush
players in
and
league
bets
that
the
make,
size
like,
of the pot on the turn.
And then everyone else would make like 300K or something.
Matt's going to make the call.
Yeah. In the NBA, the top 20 players are so much more.
One-liner to the straight on that river.
Matt with the mystery hand here. Like, could we see flush over flush here?
Like QBs would get paid an astronaut. But like, QBs, there's not a cap on how much you can.
2/3 sizing from Frank the bank. And he's going to get paid.
Right.
Oh, it's got to be a flush, right? It's got to be flush.
Nah,
over
he's
flush.
got a straight. That would be my guess. He probably had something like king queen or queen jack. Got sticky on that turn.
Frank the bank. Frank the bank.
Even
See, this is what I'm talking about. He didn't play those early hands too aggressively. He let them go, and now he's well into the green here in this session.
What else are you gonna do? Exactly. Yeah.
Punishing all these pros. He's surrounded. Pros to the left of him. Pros to the right of him. Malky, Cohen, Brewer, Frank the Bank, undeterred.
So Frank gives a lot of action, Matt, but I have to give credit where credit is due. The biggest. Do you know where the most money is made? On the river.
In CoinFlex.
On the river. And to be honest, Frank the Bank is very good on the river. He's made some very good decisions weeks after weeks on the river. So watch Frank the Bank. And Matt here with Ace King. Not Matt in the booth. Not Weez. Matt Sue is going to raise this one up with a big squeeze play. 2,800. And it's going to get through. Always a little bittersweet. You want to take down the money pre-flop, but Ace King wants to play a little bit bigger pot. And we've got about 800 people watching in the building. Shout out to all you guys. I haven't given shout outs. We got Wayne in the building, our producer, Ravenelli, Nolan Man, Richie Vegas.
Richie Vegas, I like that name. Richie Vegas.
We could call you Bicycle Weez.
Bicycle Weez.
What about that?
Actually, it does roll off the tongue pretty nicely. But Richie
Weez.
Vegas sounds like a Grand Theft Auto character. I mean, it's cool.
Richie Vegas, are you a winning player? I already know you're going to say yes. Brandon Mueller, what's up? Jesus Guerrero, Press, G, Ali Starr, who was kicking in with me all day yesterday. What's up, Brian Nguyen? Poker Ace 67. Hold'em Hoist, Nick from Yuma, Laker One Nation. Thank you guys all for tuning in. And if you haven't just yet, smash that like button. Let's get over 200 likes in the first hour. That was my goal. We're getting pretty close. Smash that like button now. Ace Queen for Sai. Oh no. Top pair. KY with top pair as well. Not a very good kicker, but has some backdoor equity to a straight and a flush.
Raise to 4,000.
And a raise from KY. And Frank with an open-ended, and he's wondering, Matt, if he makes this call, is Sai going to put in the 3-bet on the flop? Gives it up. And look at that look of concern from Saya. Did you see the furrow brow? She has a hand that's not going to be folding, but doesn't love when she gets check raised here. Oh, and maybe she does love it. She goes all in, Matt. Puts KY all in, who's holding top pair, but deuce kicker. KY asking himself, does Sai ever have just a flush draw? And does make the correct fold. Well done by KY.
Very interesting play here. It's almost as if Sai knows
7.
exactly
Okay.
where she's at.
Yes.
4, 6, 7.
He has 6 out.
Representing perhaps that she's on a flush draw. Trying to bully someone off hand, but actually get value from an ace.
I would have
a
pushed.
lesser ace.
Yeah.
I already pushed.
Thank you, everybody.
That's your turn. I won't fold.
And there,
Trouble.
someone was asking for the rabbit hunt cam. There it was.
He saved me.
Yeah.
Thank
Here are
you.
the chip counts. Our leaderboard this evening is brought to you guys by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB.
搞不好我就推了。
Cumulative winnings, Matt Saya, fan favorite, up 16,500.
What's up?
Ryan up 6,900. Chris Brewer up 5,200. John Cohen, who you guys are voting for if he's going to win or lose, so far stuck. And Matt down the most, down $12,000. And you guys have got 3 minutes to jump in that LATB predictor game. It's in our pinned comment. Check it out. Click on it. It will take you guys 20 seconds. You got 3 minutes. Answer 7 questions to win some free live at the bike swag. A hoodie that Matt fought for you guys. Weez fought for you guys to get that hoodie. So make sure you guys jump in. Click on that link real quick. Put your votes in. If you guys watch live at the bike, you guys will have an edge in those questions. Ace 5-5.
I know the song is bundle this is that he was.
Yeah, I can't forget that. 400.
You gotta pay some money.
195.
And the poll just ended. Will John Cohen book a win? Unfortunately, Matt, 56% of the audience agrees with me, and they say he's got no shot. 43% of them do say yes, it's going to go to the moon. So we will see. We'll get back to that question by the end of the show.
I mean, it's basically a coin flip right now, right?
I mean, casinos were built on smaller edges than 6%, so I don't know if that's necessarily a coin flip.
I'm sorry, 9.
There's- Park you living again?
Huh?
What park you living again? I probably won't know.
Swanee. It's like just north of Del Mar. You know where Del Mar is?
Kinda.
Yeah, if you go Pacific Beach, north of that is.
Whereas the target says, is this just a cash game? That's correct. This is a cash game.
It's a few towns north.
Players bought in here
I'd like to
for
see the rest of it. I
between
saw some
30
prices last year, but
and 100,000.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I would do the same.
I love it. Yeah, I'm biased because I grew up there, but yeah, I like it. I liked LA. Like LA was fine when I lived here for 7 years, but I just like San Diego a little better. The main thing is it's way less traffic and a little bit newer. The roads and buildings are a bit nicer.
我正在想，如果你要那个，我该怎么办？
Yeah, like LA is
我
very.
可能会退的，
I don't really.
我退了我就输了。
I'm totally blanking where What's the beach just sort of like Venice?
对啊对啊，那我就输
You would
了。
like, you couldn't beat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I would-
可能会退，我当时还没决
Yeah, that's
定。
definitely
我正在想，你要是退的话，我怎么做？
I'd always do
如果
that.
我瑞回去的话，
OB
你
Noodle
很难
House.
靠了。你可以让 S 的话，你
I think they're kind of
It'll be
famous.
Noodle House. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
那
main
S 很难
Couldn't
做
play the games, but it was all.
food place that everyone talks about in OB.
Cool.
Yeah. I used to play those. Raise. 27.
Squeeze play
好吧，都行。
from Ryan Malky. He's going to win with ace jack suited. Frank showing that he's gambling, showing a deuce to Ryan before he folds. If you guys have questions for Matt or I promise you we are reading the chat.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, if you don't mind where I'm pitching them, no problem.
他打不可以打4,600，因为他短球嘛。
Well, it really only matters.
他短球我可以跟他打，任何球你就很难受。
Jason Bender in the chat says he loves when Saya talks. Is that creepy?
就是拿一个 A 来
What did he say?
是比较难受，就绝对很难受。但是我
He
还没
says
决
he
定
loves
该
when
怎么
Saya talks.
I'm kind of looking at houses. I would love to stay there, but it's not a good place.
Like, she's not a commentator. Like, it would be different.
Maybe she should
It
be.
might not be good to buy.
Should we get Saya in the booth?
Exactly.
You think she'd get up from this game and just come hang out with us here in the booth?
Beginning of next year.
How much do you think we'd have to pay her?
That's what I hear to say.
So.
Nothing.
Not
We just
technically,
guarantee her a
it might
seat for
naturally
next
just
Friday, and she will
Force it out.
do pretty much as we ask.
I would really like to stay there.
She will, Saya, there's not any person on this table, I guarantee it, Matt. Chris Brewer might be second, that loves poker as much as Saya. Saya will literally be here 7 days a week at the bicycle. You know, and not only here 7 days a week, like here for like 20 hours a day type of thing. So, someone I saw on the graphic has my favorite hand, and that is Ryan Malky with 2 8s, 6-6 deuce board. If it checks to Ryan, Ryan probably sprinkle in a bet of $800 or $900, I would assume. Deny some equity from all these overcards. And he bets a little bit smaller, 600.
River is a 6. Malky now with a boat. And Chris with a candidate to call a bet here.
I wonder
if
how
he checks.
I wonder how often Chris Brewer comes along with like an overbet here to get a chop to fold. Here we see Ryan with a hand that's not going to fold. And that's exactly what he does. 3x the size of the pot.
JJ, it's like you play this game for a living.
Jeez Louise.
I would have never guessed that that was what was going to happen.
Chris Brewer repping quads. And this is why I don't play this game. This is just too above the rim for my bankroll. You don't even see this in the 25-50 game, so I'm betting 3x the size of the pot on a bluff here. You just never see it. And this is what makes Chris Brewer one of the most talented poker players all around in 2022. Wow. That is impressive.
Brewer absolutely putting the pressure on Malky here.
Yeah. These are mine?
These ones are mine.
I never got them.
Yeah,
My hand was dead anyway after 30 seconds. I had no time chips. What can I do?
Here, can I get a 5 time chips for Ryan?
It's okay.
And if you were here, as Matt has stated before, to watch some technical poker.
Some competitive poker.
Competitive poker. or some authentic high-stakes action, you came to the right place. Coming to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino.
Somebody was asking in the chat if we could go through what these players do for a living. You're looking at it. Except from Frank the Bank, you're looking at a table full of professional poker players. This is competitive, high-stakes action. This is not a fish fry. These are players who play this game for a living, battling each other here on this felt here at Live at the Bike. Really an exciting matchup here today on Friday, on High Stakes Friday.
And Matt once again brings a massive 3-bet squeeze with Ace King, and history repeats itself as he takes this one down pre-flop as well.
Frank with Ace King raises the 500. Saya, who has position on him, who wants to play hands with Frank, but only holding pocket deuces. She's going to 3-bet to 1,700. Frank electing just to call. We're going to see a flop here. Frank flopping top pair with a gut shot to Broadway. He checks, and Saya, undeterred, is going to bet 1,300. Quick call from Frank.
A flop that, quite frankly, should just smash Saya's range in her 3-bet arsenal from under the gun 1 versus under the gun 2. A spot where Saya's going to put more chips in this pot with 2 deuces. Remember, Saya's not playing her whole cards. She is playing her range. That's what the best players do.
Of course, but these players have played a lot of hands together. Frank, knowing that his hand is definitely disguised here, the strength of his hand.
I've only played 4-handed and you were stuck like 5 buy-ins.
Dude, I've been losing. I was telling Chris.
And just like that, the board bricks out.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it happens when you play bad. You
And
lose,
now
you
he's
know?
going to go for value here.
It's not very. It's not complicated. Yeah.
Stop paying everyone off the middle, man. I don't know.
That's bluff, Frank. 投机偷得好，我就1对2。
What did she call him?
1对2肯定不行啊，
This is the stream
太
I
小
turn
了。
around. I think.
跑不动。
I believe in you, man.
Must have been friendly, actually.
I feel like you're
My
a flat
bad.
too.
Oh, she said, nice
Yeah,
bluff,
once or
Frank.
twice I was up a little bit and then just gave it all
Cool.
back, like in some egregious way. Yeah.
Schade.
This is just this stream.
Of course, a little bit of a psychological
Both of
game
them,
there.
but,
Telling him that
I've
he's
won
made a nice bluff.
one time
Either
on each out of,
encourages him
out of,
to
like,
bluff
8,
more in
like,
spots,
2 out of 8 or something.
The biggest
or
one
if he wasn't bluffing.
I sat down.
Flop.
Very first
Pre-flop.
game I played, I just won a
能去到5、6千的。
140K pot with aces against Ace King. And then it was the biggest loss I ever had.
I think I was in that session with you. I think I remember that.
Yeah, I lost you set up a set me and then I lost it. And then you flopped a setting and aces and like an outrageous spot.
I did? Or
Yeah.
both hands?
I heard it all in.
Okay.
It all went to you.
KY came here to play and just rips in 10,000 pre-flop with Ace-6 offsuit.
Frank definitely calling here.
Bill,
Right?
was Bill had Ace King or
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
He does have Ryan, the initial raiser, behind him.
Full stand of the day. I was up like I ended up. I think I got up.
He
Like,
might just let this one go. It is 50 big blinds.
80 off stream or something.
Yeah.
Let's see if you know
Could I get
Frank a little bit
silver
better than
out
me,
of
Matt.
them, please?
I've been to
Checking out
offstream.
Malky,
On-stream,
trying to
I
gauge
never-
his interest
and
in this
off-stream,
hand.
I've gotten back some of it, but usually still end up losing.
Yeah.
But like I
He's gonna let it go.
Well, I sold a piece to someone that day, and I had to like swear I didn't scam him. I'm like, no, I know it says I was up 100K, but like,
yeah.
I lost a lot, man.
Yeah.
I've had that a few times. I've had pieces.
Yeah, it's like
And I'm always like, I'm like,
Beautiful
I
shot of
still
our
believe you.
Yeah.
creative director Matthew, getting a couple photos to post to all the socials. Live at the bike, shot on iPhone.
Five. Yes.
Hot mic.
À,
Hot mic.
Oh,
from
no.
Frank the Bank.
yeah.
I heard some water action going on.
You could hear that squeak of the feet on tile.
We'll do a poll. Where is Frank right now? I think it's a dead giveaway, but some people may not know that sound. It'd be pretty odd if you didn't. Chris Brewer with unknown. Looks like Chris Brewer's going to win with the 3. I think I saw Queen 3.
That is good.
Queen 3 of hearts.
If you're just joining us, you are watching Live at the Bike, competitive high stakes action, no limit hold'em, 100, 200, 200, coming to you from the Park West Bicycle Hotel Casino in Los Angeles, California, the absolute capital for high stakes poker. My name is Weez. I'm in the booth here with JJ, and we appreciate y'all hopping in here with us on this Friday to be poker fans along with us and watch this action-packed game here. And if you haven't yet, so we don't have to hear JJ say it again, hit the like button. Helps us out in the algorithm. Helps us keep the lights on. We've had a little trouble with that in the past, so help Live at the Bike continue on in this new era of poker, live streaming poker. We appreciate your support.
Yeah, right on point. We are 5 likes away from 200 likes, so you can support us and smash that like button, get us over 200.
JJ, I said it so you didn't have to say
I
it.
know, but I want to end this poll that's glaring at me in my face, and it says, "Have you hit the like button yet?" And one of the answers is yes. I love Live at the Bike, which is what I would put, right? And then someone else who kind of likes Live at the Bike, they put, "Yeah, I just did."
You hire a nutrition coach.
And then
and you just do what they say,
38% of you said, "No, I am lazy. Leave me alone, JJ." So I'll go back in my shell
If it's in the rules.
for at least 30 minutes.
Well, she's in a bet, so like if you want to win the bet, they're probably going to be. If you did what they said, you'd probably succeed a large percent, a lot of the time.
The thing is, I'm just selecting from the food I can select from. Like I'm at the bike, right? So I select the bike menu.
You could like plan ahead if you really wanted to do it. So you get a nutrition coach, and then you just have to like
Brother.
make meals before you come play. That's like
Brother, yeah.
like Jason Jim does that. It's like a huge help. He just has like every time he plays poker, he just has a so he just like takes out.
Looks so dorky.
I think it has to be 500.
Yeah, there's a meal plans I could buy.
Has to be
It
500.
has
Yeah, that's
exact-
it.
But they don't taste very good.
I won't like give anyone a whole time for it. Like, oh, I don't want to eat like the poison at the casino.
Sorry, I asked first.
500 or 4?
5.
Has to be 5.
1200.
Raise 12.
Round 2 between these tough players. And Frank the Bank with just a flat call from his straddle. We got a straddle round. Queen 6-4. 2 players with top pair, top kicker. Let's see how they navigate with these 3 clubs on board. Chris Brewer with the nut flush draw and bingo. And in these spots, Weez, Chris Brewer is able to bet big because he bluffs and enables him to have a balanced strategy to bet big when he doesn't have it and when he has it. 5,100 in the pot, and Frank hates that turn card. Wishes he would have put a bet in on that flop. Hand would have played out the same.
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't. He would have lost more money.
Yep.
Okay.
And Frank gives off some live read there. Unless he does that when he does have a big flush as well. And I think Chris Brewer's instinct would be to go big, but once Frank puts on that sigh, kind of gets a live read that Frank isn't too strong, I think he goes for something less than half of the size of the pot. What do you think, Matt, after that sigh and that hem and haw?
I don't know. I think it was so visible that I think maybe it could be a Hollywood. I think he goes for max value here.
45, so 75% pot sizing.
Feels pretty max value-y. Hoping Frank might have something like the jack of clubs.
And if you guys are a stranger to who is this young man named Chris Brewer has 5.9 million in tournament earnings, plays all the high stake cash games, plays the high stake 25K scene, 100K scene buy-ins. Also was playing during COVID, well, during lockdown on GG, the biggest games running on GG Poker. The blinds were 500, 1,000 with straddles of 2,000.
Wow.
So almost 10x the size of this game today.
And very interesting fact about him, I learned that he's a former elite collegiate runner. You know, one of those athletes who was in, you know, the Olympics talks and stuff like that.
Oh,
so.
wow. Remind me to piggyback off that idea after this hand, because Ryan with a 3-bet, the straddle is on. Actually, straddle is off. Sai is going to make it 600. Ryan with the 3. And here comes Sai. You better believe she's going to put in that 4-bet, Matt. And there it is, all in. So I was doing a lot of running during the pandemic.
And Malky just snapped fold today's queen.
Yeah, for sure. And my right foot kept going numb when I would get to like mile 3 or 4. So I reached out to Chris Brewer on which shoes I should use, and the shoes I'm wearing, they are the Nike Pegasus. He says they are by far the best shoes to run in, and I absolutely love them. It's like walking on pillows right now. So those of you who like running, check them out. Nike Pegasus, they'll run you about $100. And Chris Brewer, as Matt just said, was a college runner from Oregon.
I have the Adidas Lego shoes.
I've seen them. They look cool.
But I'm a tennis player, so I'm not running too much in those. They're more for
How good are you at
protection.
tennis?
I'm okay. I'm decent. You know, I can beat people.
Nice.
My serve's a little weak, I'll be honest. It's probably the weakest part of my game, but I have a natural backhand.
I play a little bit. Let me I haven't played in a few years. Let me.
Oh hell yeah, we're gonna go throw down on the tennis.
Yeah, let me practice a little bit, or else you'll just straight smoke me right now.
That's the idea.
I'm out of shape too.
That's the idea.
I tell you guys the truth. I woke up pretty sad today at 5 in the morning. I was milking my baby, and my wife was like, what's wrong? And I'm like, man, I wish I was playing the main event today. She's like, you want to look at flights? Like, my wife's so degen. She's like, you want to look at flights in late reg? I'm like, I am so tired and beat, and I have to commentate today.
She's like, baby, you see how big that field is? If you go deep.
Yeah, I mean, every time I've tuned in and looked at tables, I'm just like, oh my god, this is the main event. I mean, the recreational players outweigh the pros for sure.
Oh yeah.
只是在这里。
Well, you see, you know, in the results that many recreational players doing well in the main event right now.
So I told my wife, as long as I'm playing professionally, this is something that I need to schedule in no matter what. You know, like, I'm very sad that I missed it. And then seeing Garrett Adelstein putting out a tweet today that he's flying in the morning, kind of like what I wanted to do. Doug Polk did the same. They're all flying in late to just late reg day 2. I'm like, damn. If only I wasn't a little bit scattered as a professional poker player and scheduled stuff correctly. I should just let you guys buy action at face and just flew out today. I'm pretty sure if I told Wayne you got 10% at face, he would have been like, go.
Hey,
I'll commentate.
I would have bought a piece as well.
I know. I think that would have been the go-to play today. King 5-8. Matt's going to represent this board. Frank's going to make the call. He does have an unknown hand. Matt bets the flop because he has some removal to King Jack and King Queen.
600.
Goes check through, and Frank goes for a little bit of value with his pair of sixes.
JJ, does anyone have an edge in this game right now? We're about an hour and a half in to the show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the edges are usually smaller in these high-stakes games because these players are pretty close in skill, but I do think the two players that do have the biggest skill advantages, one, you saw Chris Brewer make that play with ace-jack and got Ryan Malky to fold the full house.
Sure.
I mean, his edge is significant in this game, and I do think Saya has the second biggest edge in this game. Then those are just my opinions. I could be far off. John Cohn might have the biggest edge, or perhaps even Matt Su. Just my opinion. Or Frank the Bank, who has the most money, who can put pressure on players. Those are just my opinions, which you can take with a grain of salt. It's hard to play against someone, Matt, who's unlimited. You know? KY with 2 queens. Matt with a pair and a flush draw, and KY just with the call. He's not going to like that turn card. Although no one with an ace. Action should be slowed down here since Matt does have a pair. Usually with the pair and a flush draw, players will play pretty passively in it. Just as I say that, Matt wants to put in a lot of chips into this pot. Interesting spot for KY, who shoved all in with ace-6 off earlier and then slow plays queens pre-flop. So pretty tough. He probably wanted more action and then didn't like that run out of that board.
Frank. There isn't a run on the bank. The bank is just running well. He flops it straight, but can't get much action.
Some call that hand the nizzles.
You fail out of the mock just now.
Sounds like pocket twos.
Pair?
Yeah, 6, 6, 6.
6,500 you can draw a step.
That no good.
The river can be full house, right? That's big value.
It's so easy.
It's a big value, right?
Frank asking his opponent to go runner there.
Just 500, right? I take that. Over the call. Right? Take 500. You can win double.
Yeah, what do you do with your debt?
Alright.
It's true, right?
One stream to it, I can't.
26,
Tell me it was.
river pair.
That's all you need.
You're right. Should just live my life like to avoid looking like a dork or a wuss. Live a good life.
I've made 2
Hold
calls today.
Here we go. Oh no, KY's gonna run into pocket queens.
1 and 2.
Your call. Twice.
They're gonna go twice.
Chop it out.
Okay, chop
You've
it.
been running bad in these. Yeah, I remember you had. What did you have? Last
KY
time?
needs an ace.
I win.
What? Pocket 6? You just said
I
don't
have
fold
9.
it.
I have 9. I think I have 9.
An ace on the river for the first board for KY.
Forgot. 6, 8, or 9.
Oh, it's a queen.
Chop.
18,300 first board, Ryan Malky. We're gonna run 2 boards.
Yeah. Fuck.
Ooh, a little bit better for KY. A king, an ace, or a turn heart.
Okay.
Now a straight draw to an 8 as well.
Chop.
3 calls.
Boom.
Okay.
Ryan scoops both. I think
Was that?
that's all she wrote for KY.
Hey, take a break. Take a break.
Ryan Malky, the seasoned pro from Chicago, scoops that cool $18,300 pot.
But that was like, wasn't our game.
哦，你赢不了，
输掉了。
你输掉了，你
对，
输大了，你输大
Yeah, I
了，
don't
不
know.
到了。
大了。
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
Remember.
Yeah, I said.
忘记 river 是不是真的？
What is 17,000?
数的就数
How
了
is。that 17?
我忘了分牌了，不是8 9就是6 8，就6 9。
No, 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 that's wrong.
This, this.
Right in the bottom.
This is here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Pat.
So
This
this.
is- yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, the weird thing is when you have those spots like ace, king, jack, it feels so unjust, but like you just chop half the time.
Right.
Yeah.
You're 70% favorite.
Yeah.
You're 49% to scoop.
Right. But you gotta go one time.
There was a one case straddle was on that end.
Yeah.
But it just every time it happens, you're like, how?
How does this happen? Yeah, yeah,
I
exactly.
always chop it.
It's like you're supposed to chop, like, you know, as much as you're supposed to win, you know?
Yeah. Well, all good.
You got one in the rail.
Yeah.
Ace.
5. 5. So far.
Good.
Flush draw for Chris Brewer, who is the initial racer. Check this flop. Gonna go for a delay C bet. Not gonna work. Frank turned the queen.
No, you fold it out.
Interesting raise here by Frank the Bank. And Chris says, let me see a club.
You win.
I don't think I won.
Oh, I win.
Not your queen.
Big hand for saying that.
3 pairs.
You thought he only has better queen?
I saw you had a queen something, you know.
Can I get the
Oh, bigger queen.
That was old Tom cost me
175.
2,400. Annoying. Sniffing.
It's hard to push all in on 10.
That's what you want to hear with Jack 9, though, because you do win sometimes.
I can definitely win
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah. I'm going to beat an IO8 high club.
狗舍打这么隐蔽。
17.
$100 too much.
Thank you.
Wow, this is a 4-bet by Frank and Saya making the call.
I know. I don't sleep well. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
You don't sleep well, or you don't sleep a lot? Sorry.
I don't.
Saya
I sleep
with top
like
pair and a straight draw.
6, 7 hours a night when I want to sleep 8, you know. But it ends up always only being.
Saya's gonna win that one.
Did you ever do the overnight?
I don't know if Frank did
I sometimes
put in the
did, but it was
4-bet.
rare. Like I don't.
Or our
yeah, I don't
graphics
do
were a
well
little off
playing
there.
With very little sleep, so it's not really my thing. I just don't like playing in the graveyard shift in general. Even if I'm used to it and I've had sleep. Like,
I don't even know you could play in Macau and not play overnight.
yeah, you can. Yeah, sometimes the games would be all right during the day.
I thought the day was just.
You know, sometimes it's good
Waiting.
during the day because sometimes this one guy would come during the day, like at 10 a.m. You know, like.
I thought you wouldn't be able to get in. though, 'cause you
Yeah,
had
you got to play
overnight.
overnight to get with him. Yeah, but sometimes you don't have to. Yeah. Most of the time you do, yeah, but sometimes. And yeah, sometimes during the day you'll just get lucky. You'll just be playing a crap game. And
What was like the daily stake?
usually, if nobody's in town, then it's just 300, 600, which is 40, 80. Yeah.
And Chris plays this one pretty tricky. Just with the flat pre-flop.
15.
And now bets over the size of the pot. Can bet big since he can have a deuce or more deuces from his big blind call range. Saya with king high is not sold. And Chris Brewer knows how to put in big bets. You are watching the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, which is the world's longest running high-stakes poker series. This action is coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. I am JJ De La Garza.
18.
18.
I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves this Friday evening. 3-bet by John Cohen with Ace King. Frank the Bank with my favorite hand, 2 8s. The Snowman. Saya's going to make the call as well. Saya says, let's see 3.
But I used to be able to play long sessions.
9-5 deuce, 2 8s in the lead. John Cohen is going to rep all the overpairs. He does have removal to aces and kings. Frank's not going to fold to 1-bet with his pair of 8s.
Human nature. You're going against the laws of.
Well, like, I
biology.
guess when I used to do it, it didn't bother me as much. Now, like, as I've gotten older, it just kills me.
Raise. 16.
And a raise to 6,800. When Saya chooses this line of a flat call of a 3-bet, and now check raise, she's telling the story that she has something like pocket 9s or 5s, or pocket 10s or jacks. And Saya, with aggression and punishment, with just king high. And here are our chip counts. Chris and Frank the Bank sitting with the 2 big stacks. Here are the V-pips. No shocker that Frank is playing the highest V-pip.
You're going to say something.
62% of hands. Saya and Ryan and Chris also playing their fair share of hands.
No.
And the cumulative winning Saya up 31,000, and shows her skill level when she makes plays like that with king high. Ryan and Chris also winners. Matt Sue from the East Coast, who comes to play in these games, is currently the big spender, down 10,000.
Anything that limits the betting.
And our leaderboard that you guys are looking at right now is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight. Make sure you guys check out monkeyknifefight.com. Your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB.
Yeah, it is annoying because sometimes everybody just see a river anyway. Like there's no play.
I would way rather, like, I don't play any of the other games, but I would way rather play Pot Limit Omaha or something than.
Right, that makes sense.
Than Limit.
Nah, you're not giving limit. Some limit games are very, very fun.
Okay.
I feel like the atmosphere can be better because in no limit you can like clip people in huge pots, right?
Right.
Whereas like limit, no one's getting like crushed. Like,
5,200.
I like the quick.
Like
I like the quick instant gratification.
Right,
no
yeah.
limit. You know, like whether you win or lose, like it's just instant. You know, like.
Well, limit, everyone just acts really fast.
Right.
Which is really cool. I feel like if you know how to play limit, you can just get like wasted. And it won't even matter.
Right.
You know.
Limit Hold'em is like a less good limit game, but like all the draw games are super fun. Like triple draw is really fun. Badoosie. And yeah, like you said, like it's battle for high stakes because there's like way less stress, so people just have more fun playing it.
Got it.
But Limit Hold'em itself is kind of a shitty game.
Yeah. What's the most fun draw game that you like, or like limit game or whatever?
I think triple draw is the most fun.
That's where you get the 5 cards and then you like discard some and.
Yeah, you're trying. It's deuce to 7 triple draw.
Okay.
You just like it's a very loose game. I mean, very loose. You can play like a
Flush draw for Saya.
Yeah.
You get to draw.
Ryan with middle pair, no kicker. She bets 400 and he calls.
Oh, it's fun too.
Ryan picking up
it's
a gut shot now.
Or,
yeah.
Saya's still on that draw, out of position, scratching her eye. Bit of a confidence tell, or lack thereof.
Is no limit still your favorite?
She's gonna keep
no limit Hold'em.
her foot on
or you
the gas
actually like
pedal.
some of those other games better now.
I'm playing live. I'd rather
Betting
play
2,800.
Yeah.
Like
what about like a big tournament?
PLE for fun, I'd rather play
the other game.
The other games, but yeah, obviously, I'd rather play no limit.
Yeah.
Ryan's gonna let it go. And I see you in the chat who are asking, why are they so scared of her? purely her aggression. Out of position.
And, like,
No
that's
pair,
like,
only the
like,
draw.
that's fast. It was
She keeps firing.
Matt, when you stepped out for a second, she raised from early position, called a 3-bet with king 7 of clubs, 3 ways, and check raises the flop airball with just backdoor equity on a 9 high board, and takes it down. Gets Frank to fold a pair of 8s on a 9 high board, and that's what she does. She's fearless, her aggression.
And she plays a wide range of hands. You know, she is not only playing premiums here, and if you've seen our highlight video of her absolutely running over a table, a lot of comments were that she had the nuts every time, but one of the hands she backdoors the nuts. Hand is completely disguised, and she gets max value from the player she's up against. And when you have a player who's willing to play that range of hands, they will get there from time to time, and then they get paid. And that's what makes her most feared. You have a very competent player who shows a lot of aggression, playing a wide assortment of hands. I'd be afraid if I was at a table with her, that's for sure.
Straddle is on Matt, so this game is in title 1-200, 200. But now, straddle round, 400. This is where the ballers come to play.
100, 200, 400. That's $700 pre-flop. All right, let's roll. You're on High Stakes Friday.
A little bit more.
A little bit more. I can't do math. I was always a play feeler. I'm not a math guy. All right.
$900 in every single pot. A little bit extra juice.
Matt, how's the games been overall that you've been playing in Vegas? Decent or not so good?
There was one stretch in the where it was like good, but usually like by the time I get in.
If you're just joining us, you are watching live at the Bike, competitive high stakes poker.
Like in the morning, is it always good? Like
coming to you from Los Angeles, California.
Or is it sometimes not
Thank you very much for joining us. We're very excited to watch this game as poker fans ourselves. You have some of the best players in Los Angeles battling it out here. Most of them are poker pros. None of them are whales showing up to the fish fry. All of these players are competent, and they're battling here on this felt.
You haven't played any tournaments?
If you want to learn how to move up in stakes, what to expect, how to play better, how to play in tough spots, how to put your opponents in tough spots, this is the game for you. We like to have some edutainment here. I'll be hopefully providing some laughs and color commentary. JJ, a lifelong poker pro, will be breaking down these hands for you as we watch these players make some moves that even at times perplex JJ. We saw Chris Brewer make a large overbet. Even though you did predict that, you were still shocked to see it. You thought it might happen, but you were shocked to see it. Chris Brewer, of course, who's here, one of the nosebleed stakes online players here on Live at the Bike, joining us in this game. We're very excited to have him here, battling some of our regulars.
Yeah, just quite frankly a fan of his play. And straddle round and John Cohen comes to play. You see Frank opening up the deuces. Actually, you know what, our graphics might have been. I think Frank limped the deuces and John with the ISO. That makes more sense with the pot size. And John Cohen flopping 2-pair. Gets a bet through here and gets a call from Frank. And John Cohen now putting more money in the pot with 2-pair.
I got so fucking spooky.
That's spooky.
Dude, I saw this.
If you missed the hand between Brewer and Cohen, JJ will be adding timestamps at the end of tonight's show.
I love that, man.
So you can go back, check out all the action highlight hands.
He's completely extraterrestrial.
But we love you sticking around in the show tonight, watching it here with us live.
I fully believe Just like
We like to interact with the chat, have a good time. It's Friday. We're in the United States of America.
Oh yeah. Can I please
feels
get
free.
the shrimp and
The
Friday.
poker's free. It's Friday. We're having a good time.
got him in a spot.
I will be
shrimp and beef for $10? And
jetting out after
That's it.
heading over to a show in Long Beach.
it.
I have ace king.
Gonna go see one of my favorite
right.
bands from Los Angeles play.
Yeah.
It comes with rice, right? Okay,
He like
that's
shows
it.
it, and like it's not like he does that. Every
What band is this?
Okay, that's
I'm not gonna say because I don't want anyone to show up there.
Is that a read?
I'm not gonna put that
Are you
out.
big time
I
in
don't
our
know who he
crew?
is. But that's
No.
It doesn't feel good.
You just never know.
Dude, someone just showed you ace queen.
Jack, 9 deuce, ace
Like, I
king.
want to go, man.
Still in the
yeah,
lead.
it's scary. And I feel like I'm a prime candidate. Where if he's doing that, like I feel like you would get more off me than
Yeah,
the
no, that's what, I'm like literally. I'm like.
Ravenelli says, I bet the punt graphic
he
won't be
staring
used
at
in this
everybody, or is
game.
it more-
Yeah, that's a pretty good
Yeah, he's,
prediction,
like,
actually. I like that. Maybe we'll
Yeah, he does.
put that on
It's even
next week's
worse.
predictor game.
Fucking
Will the
6
punt
cents.
graphic be
Seems
used?
like he's never paying attention, but he literally doesn't miss like a single thing.
Easy answer.
I was just watching.
It will.
New Netflix show.
If I know my live at the bike
Talking
players,
about
it
how dogs
definitely
essentially have
will.
this insane ability to mimic their owner's state of emotion by reading their
believe that.
heartbeat.
Yeah.
What if he can? Like, what if some humans, you know,
Dude,
like
that
zero
might,
zero,
that might
zero,
just be Sean. If anyone had that power.
like they just instantly pick up your heart rate, and they'll mimic your heart rate.
For what it's worth, every once in a while, he'll like just be wrong and do something that looks insane, and it is insane. But he's right more than not.
What's up?
Probably our favorite battle today between two players will probably be between Frank and Saya, as we've seen in many weeks. Flush draw for Frank and Saya with top and bottom 2 pair. We will see.
Hold on and buckle up.
There will be money put in this pot as a check raise ensues from Frank.
Live tells, and Dan was he was like bluffing a hand, but it was a spot where the guy drew 1. So like the guy doesn't know what hand he has on the final street. The guy checked donk, Dan bet, and the guy check raised him donk without looking at his call because he just knew Dan was bluffing. And then Dan literally said he just folded the hand, picked up, and left the table. He was just like, I'm not playing you. Like, I don't know how you do, but I'm out.
Side bet 1,200 on the flop.
I mean,
Frank re-raised to 4,000.
No,
the guy
I-
was so confident he didn't even look at his call.
He didn't know till after the hand, obviously. Dan.
Well, I mean, it's a spot where like
Saya
you
betting
never
a
check
juicy
call, and, like, you see
$8,000.
straight, you looked at your hand, and the guy did
Trying to
both.
charge
So he just
the
obviously
flush
knew
draw. Trying to
Dan was
charge
bluffing with a pair on
a
his hand.
potential straight draw.
So it was like a deuce to 7 game. So Dan's just saying though, and like he was like confused and was just like, whatever, you win, man. Just like folds and just walks out.
Frank the bank going into the tank here, but he looks like he's not going to let go.
Yeah, if there's one person he wants to beat at this table, it's definitely Saya Ono. They battle a lot here in the Legends room at the bicycle.
Here we go to the river.
And a spade on the river for Frank the bank, 27,000 in the pot.
Really the most impossible card for Frank to get paid, though. The flush gets there, obviously. The straight also gets there. Frank,
Can Frank find a lead?
is that the play to make?
I think so. I think it is. Both draws come in, Matt. The straight draw of Queen Jack and the front door spades. Saya is well aware that Frank can have both of those draws and bets 16,700.
The bet sizing is high. You know, your hand,
The longest I see.
there's a little face up here.
Longest you said.
You're wondering what hand you're trying to get your opponent to call with here. Perhaps two pair.
You know?
Seems like a difficult bet to just call with only 2 pair on this coordinated of a board.
Yeah, Saya's going through her memory bank here.
That smelled like all
What?
And her memory bank said fold. Get the heck out of that hand.
What a... She didn't even use one-time chip, Matt. That's very impressive. I mean, you did mention a very tough board to bluff on once the draws get there, but still.
Lucky river for you, Frank.
Wow.
I spent 8,000 to buy it.
It's like she knows what he has.
You're right, you earn it.
River 70. I got top set.
No way.
You will save your money. Not top set.
Frank trying to say that he had top set, but Saya, who had a king herself, knows that's very unlikely.
I'm always amused when players lie about their hand when they know it's going to be, you know, broadcasted
On
for
stream.
a player to watch. It always trips me out.
It's pretty bold. It's pretty bold, but you know, Frank the Bank, bold is an attribute of him.
Bold AF.
Bold AF. Oh.
Top for Matsu. We're at about the top of the hour, and I haven't asked in probably about 45 minutes. So if you haven't just yet, smash that thumbs up button. Keep our channel healthy and continuous growth. And we are about 12 likes away from 300 likes. So if you haven't just yet, support the channel, smash the like button. It means a lot to Weez and I here chilling with you guys.
Oh, and look at this. Chris Brewer picking up queens.
2 ladies. The only better feeling than picking up 2 ladies is probably picking up 2 aces.
I was going to say picking up 2 guys, 2 kings.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but it just didn't ring as good as 2 aces, you know? It is 2020, no judging here.
如果你打3000 ，3000我当然丢不掉了。
Unfortunately, no action for
3000
Brewer.
肯定会考，
你会热吗？
不会锐那样。
You won 2 hands in the straddle round.
但是我会 call 的，你要是有牌的话，多赚3000。
all in.
Yeah, save it.
Go up, and you win.
You didn't win any, man, huh?
我 check 呢。
That's a bet.
Do a
啊，我应该 check。
I didn't either.
那个河牌对我来说不利，我那个河牌肯定不敢打。
有花有胜。
plays the
对啊。
most hands during the session. And the bonus whoever just plays whoever plays the most hands.
买到了。
We just ridicule the guy who plays the least time.
Flush.
We, of course, are watching this game on delay.
我想不出来你什么牌。
JJ, I'm getting word from one of our producers in the back that your favorite in this game, Chris Brewer, may run into some sticky spots here coming up. I am waiting to see what happens and who he runs into. Who's your prediction? Who's it going to be? Brewer versus Saya? Brewer versus Frank the Bank? Brewer versus Malky?
就完蛋了。
Could it be Cohen? There's so many. There's so many killers on this table right now.
I think
超级不利，对啊。
when you run into the sticky hair situation that he has, there is no sticky situation with chips, you know? He's got a real life situation. I mean, this is just chips.
When you got a haircut like that, you float on from anything. You know?
Yeah. You've already got through the toughest part of the day once you face the mirror. You know, you face the mirror, you see what's going on. That's tough.
No. I mean, literally, I think that hair acts as a life preserver. Like, I think if you were to fall into, like, a Class 4 Rapid, you would still be buoyant with a haircut like that. Top pair for the life jacket, Chris Brewer.
I mean, if it's a life preserver in water, I mean, is he able to glide through the air with that hair? Is another question, I guess. The
Frank
backhand.
has middle pair. He's going to raise it up. It's just middle pair, middle kicker. Frank, perhaps a little bit of winner's tilt. Just won that big pot against Saya. Now he's going after Brewer. 8 of clubs on the turn. Frank picking up a little equity with his 69 there. I mean 6-9. Oh no. Frank making 2 pair. Very weird disguise 2 pairs. It is a one-liner to a straight. Brewer will probably be cautious here.
And this is what we talked about before, Matt. Frank plays rivers very well. He's going to go for some thin value. Wants to get paid by exactly what Chris has, a king. Chris blocking 10-7.
West time. Yeah. I like this.
I don't know how I feel about it. Let me think about this.
It's only 26.
No, that's what I want to call.
Yeah. That's a very good price for you.
Some real salesmanship going on here from Frank the Bank.
If I'm predicting the action, Chris Brewer is going to make this call. He's going to talk himself into calling. Since he doesn't have a spade in his hand, he blocks the straight with 10-7. And I know nothing.
I have 6. See?
I feel good about the fold. Yeah. When you show me the 6, I feel good.
If there's anything I've learned,
Feels like a king 6. No.
if there's anything I've learned from commentating and watching these shows, is that the best players, they don't make money in the hands that they win. It's folding hands that they should fold. I mean, that's really where they make money, because they're saving themselves. Those calls where we're like, you know, I just want to see it. I just want to pay it off. Think about how many of us have done that or do that constantly. And look at that. You know, for his roll, $2,600 probably doesn't really mean anything, but Brewer knows that he's beaten that hand and lets it go.
Yeah, you do that 100 times in a year and easily $260,000. So.
Wow, never thought about it that way.
I never thought of it like that too, but it makes sense. Just
Think
piggybacking on your
think about that, chat. If you just fold a $2,600 bet 200 times a year, you will make $260,000.
Yeah.
I feel like you just really cracked the code for us.
The problem is, Matt, though, sometimes you're going to be good there, you know. So,
not the way I run. I'm just never good there. I'm just always, they always got it. Matt, as someone who plays recreationally like you do, and you're a creative producer here, when I say that at the beginning of the show that money won is twice as sweet as money earned, can you explain that? Because I'm pretty sure a recreational player who comes here has maybe an extra few hours of gamble in him. Is that the 2x mark for the money? You mean doubling up? I mean, just winning is money won here. When you peel that $500 off a person, is that better than perhaps making, you know, $500 and whatever your hourly rate is? Yeah, I don't know.
You know?
I don't know. I have found a lot of my career very satisfying for myself. So gambling has been always a bit of a hobby, but you know, it does feel good in the moment. That's for sure. You know, you get that itch, you get that energy, you get that adrenaline. The problem is when you're a recreational player, you don't tend to win as much. Oh, look at a gin card here. Ryan making the flush. John Cohen making 2-pair. These are the two players who have had a very tough time playing on Live at the Bike recently. Have not had winning sessions, and now they're battling each other. Ryan bets 4,500 and gets snap called by Cohen.
Wow.
Cohen didn't really think about that one too much, and I don't know.
That river kind of costs John Cohen. Once he rivers 2-pair, it's all she wrote.
I suppose. I mean, it's not even a good 2-pair. I think this hand is kind of reminiscent of what we're talking about here with Brewer. What are the bluffs here? Is Malky betting a worse 2-pair, a hand that you beat? I don't know. I think Cohen, maybe if he took a little bit more time there to think about the hand, might have been able to find a fold. Perhaps that's the distinction between a player like Brewer and a player like Cohen. If you're always paying off the $4,500 bet, if you pay off 100 of those a year, That's
a half a milli.
$450,000.
That's a half milli. So let's live by the double-edged sword because I agree with your point.
Me?
But
Okay.
now on John's thinking, he's thinking these players play game theory optimal. And if Ryan Malky plays close to theory, he should have the right amount of bluffs for the right amount of value. So when he calls that bet, he knows he should be good a certain amount of the time. So that's just playing double-edged sword, or the other side of the coin. Or maybe that's how good players just justify some bad calls, which I've always thought.
Ding, ding, ding. That's what I'm saying.
Ace, Jack, 9. 9's for Matt and Ryan.
Yeah.
语言 bluff， 语言 bluff。
是有一个，我是有派，我是要瑞的呀。我不知道他是刀子，我肯定会瑞是吧？对吧？但语言 bluff 有时也管用的。我这是有对着的呀。我以为他瑞，那我只能靠。但是没有人瑞，我肯定会起瑞士的。
If you're just joining us, you are watching Live at the Bike, competitive high-stakes poker coming to you from Los Angeles, California. This is a 100, 200, 200, no, excuse me, a 100, 200, 400 game. The straddle is on. We have some of the best, most competitive high-stakes poker players in Los Angeles battling it out here on the Live at the Bike felt. My name is Weez. I'm joined in the booth with JJ, and we appreciate you joining along here with us tonight. We're poker fans. I assume all of you in the chat watching along are also poker fans. And I feel very lucky to be commentating here tonight, so thank you for joining us.
Great. Come on,
Needed. Oh, I'm glad no club came. Yeah, I had a club.
The king?
No, okay.
Okay. 今天没有人不拉不的，没有实打实的菜。
Raise to 5. Re-raise 17.
Matt opening up to 500. Frank 3-betting to 1,700. It's always dangerous when the action player gets a hand. But Matt flopping trips.
1,200. Raise to 3,000.
Matt setting a little trappy trap for Frank. And look at this. That raise. It's an ace-high call out of Frank. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Matt's trip 6 is still far ahead.
Services here.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Steamed vegetables. Everything's steamed. Yeah, steamed vegetables, steamed, and then
This is from
white
before.
rice.
What time
White
is it
rice.
now?
No,
Late too. Can we do a selection pot, please?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
You guys want to do double boards?
230. I'm gonna do 3 right now.
Okay, double board. How much?
Players are
500
Okay.
double
Okay,
board.
500.
doing their collection pot now
Yeah.
to pay the man his money. The Park West Bicycle Casino taking its share,
Yeah.
and they will
Much?
Yeah. How much?
decide and
How much
determine
is
who
that?
plays the
Can I
or
get
who
a,
pays
uh,
the collection
square and-
by playing a double board bomb pot here. These are some of the wildest
I
hands
never get to play that
that
one.
you can have, especially in a game with a lot of pro players here who are very well studied on the regular game, but are not quite as apt at playing these kind of very gambly home game kind of boards.
Yeah.
Here we go.
About like.
500.
All right. What happened to the no greediness? Oh, cool.
I want to straight on one board, flash on the other board. Okay.
That's more greedy than asking for like pocket tens.
Straight and a flush.
6 of hearts, king of spades, 9 of clubs.
That was a fun shot from our director, Brian Arakaki. I felt like we were in a Alfred Hitchcock film, reminiscent of perhaps North by Northwest.
Don't bluff, Frank. Don't bluff.
Do you think I will bluff?
You should bluff. Maybe you have pocket sixes.
So if I have 5, I can push it all in, right?
Yeah, you got it locked.
Right. So what if I have 5 king? Yeah, here's 5. Shit.
Raise 44.
Sebastian with one of the boards locked up here. Frank actually has the other board,
Guys, the slide has begun.
but he only has a pair of 6s.
Slowly but surely.
Sebastian with trip 5s, but this is a board 2 or king where, you know, Frank is making the call here
Bomb pot.
because he's guessing he must be good on
Get
one,
off.
if not the other. He has
Hearts on top.
a 6 actually on both boards. Now he's made 2 pair on the top board,
I'm down to do it.
but
I'm all in.
Every collection.
All in, all in.
he'll probably let this go because
I got a 5 king.
Well,
Yeah,
first down
king
was all
5.
in from Sebastian.
there's a king on both boards, which means that his opponent potentially could have a king.
5 good, 5 good.
He would be losing then.
What do you have?
Oh, they went all in and called. And look at that. No. Is it chop?
Chop.
Yeah, you scared him.
I hesitate to even commentate these boards because the action happens so quick.
What's he gonna do? He has ace 5. Yeah, he has to.
Yeah.
No free to fall, right?
Yeah, when I call, I said I have 5 king. I had to believe that.
You haven't lived until you play a double board bomb pot, Weez. Let me tell you. You know that saying, YOLO, you only live once?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, these bomb pots, you might only live once because they get so big, you know?
I played in a home game where they had double board PLO bomb pots, so I've definitely played a few in my time. But they actually had to ban those because the players just kept getting stacked. you know?
Yeah.
Like,
It is not tough.
4 players would lose in one hand and then be done for the night, and
'Cause he can't lose.
it wasn't very profitable, I suppose. When you lose half your table in one hand, it's hard to rake a lot of pots that way.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think of it that way.
6 river.
3 raise, 2,000.
Was there a 5 on the other board though, or no? There was nothing. He just had nothing on the other board. Yeah. Okay.
Chris with the open and Ryan
Redrawing dead.
Malky with 2 jacks.
Less than 40.
Let's see if this was the start of the heads up that the creative producer gave us.
That's it, and yeah.
3 raise, 6,000.
And 6,000 from Young Brewer.
Yeah, no worries.
The
Queen.
No, I don't need blue.
10 deuce. 2 jacks. Still in the lead. Gonna proceed cautiously. Still behind aces and kings, queens, tens. Does beat Chris's 16 combos of ace king though. This is a spot, Matt, where Chris Brewer is going to represent those big hands and even ace queen because he blocks ace queen. This is a spot where Chris is probably going to unload the clip. Bet and a call, and now the pot has now ballooned to 20,000. A pot-sized bet back just about for Ryan Malky. He does have a little bit more than a pot-sized bet. A bet of 6,000. Uncomfortable spot for Ryan Malky, but does have to risk only 6,000 to win 26. The price seems too good to be true. And Chris Brewer with his second bluff versus Ryan in just a tough spot.
Brewer showing why he is one of the best. An absolute online crusher who plays as high as 1,200, 1,000, 2,000 online. Bringing the action here in this absolute competitive high stakes battle going on in Live at the Bike right now. You will not see a game this competitive against players who are all capable. There is no fish fry going on here. All of these players are dangerous, and they're battling it out on the Live at the Bike felt here on High Stakes Friday.
800.
Frank the Bank might have the endless bankroll. I mean, you get the name the bank because you got the money.
It wasn't around really then.
But
I mean,
Chris
I guess
Brewer
towards the end,
plays like
he
he's
had the
got
game,
the
but they weren't
bank.
doing it at the 10-20.
He's got the Jedi mind trick engaged and is fearless.
Oh.
We played just double. It was half and half, double board.
Okay.
Double board, no limit.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Bomb box. Like you had to. It was just an anti-game.
That's
and you
funny.
went to the flop. We played
Saya flopping top pair,
Yeah,
electing to
that'd be-
check
I mean, that'd
here,
be really fun.
hoping
Yeah.
that
Like,
somebody
just the game
picks
we
up
just
something.
played.
But this is a very, very wet
What was
board.
the ante?
I think we did 200 or something.
Very dangerous now.
Plays like 51 or something, or like.
It was like you.
But Saya, most feared, is also fearless.
Like sometimes you could just win like 50 too.
What were the stacks? Like 5 to 10K?
I mean, when buying short.
Yeah.
You just buying like whatever.
Yeah.
10K.
Just
She
kidding.
bets 900.
So funny.
You get like, especially the PLO one, you get some like crazy multi-way spots. Where like, you just have like the nuts in one board and you're dead. Like actual death.
Right.
Like someone has said someone has like a plus strong. Someone else has nuts also.
Right.
Chip counts. Chris sitting with the big stack playing
Jeff,
Big stack poker to say the least, putting pressure on all his opponents. 117,000.
And look at this. Frank, the bank, leading the VPIPs, 59%. And Saya, most feared, with the highest win rate today. She's got up almost $24,000.
And that was pretty quick, Matt, but our leaderboard that you just read and these viewers just saw us tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. A little bit of free roll for the gamblers out there like myself, so 100% instant match. Check out monkeyknifefight.com. Use the promo code LATB.
Heads up.
Deuce on the river. Matsu with the check mark. And just a good bet size by Ryan.
It just gave the stream a battle 20 minutes.
Just a very good bet size. Ryan can play river as well, just like Chris Brewer does, and he just shows it right there. And we might get those scoreboard up one more time. Usually we do that on dealer changes. And here we go. You guys can get a more in-depth look at these scoreboards. Chris Brewer again with the big stack. Frank the Bank playing almost double the percent of the second highest player, Saya, with a 60%. Beat Piparuski, which stands for voluntarily put in pot or most active player. Sebastian John Cohen playing the least amount of hands today. And once a
I don't know. I think we might have to vote Sebastian off the island. 12%. That's pretty nitty, Sebastian. And he's also down 8,600. Not going to win your money back. Not putting money in the pot.
It's a big game. I saw him playing the last few weeks, playing 5-10, 5-10, 20. So jumped up almost 20x in stake when the straddle's on to 400. King A4, 2 spades. Saya with the bottom pair. She's going to defend versus any bet here. Hard to hit a pair and hold them. And this is going to be a spot where Chris Brewer is going to have a high double barrel frequency once he turns that gut shot. You can make a straight with the 10. I would say if I had a pinpoint of frequency on it, once Saya checks, Chris Brewer will probably bet something like 85% of the time. And he does elect to check this time. 2,100 in the pot. Saya wondering if her 4 should be turned into a bluff. Chris Brewer without a club in his hand. Does he go for it here? The answer a lot of times to that question is yes, Chris Brewer is an aggressive player. $1,400. And we know Saya is aggressive and a feared player, but Chris Brewer's aggression is just ramped up to a different level. Matt, he has not passed up on one spot to bluff.
Certainly not. And with this bet sizing here, I feel like he may take this as an opportunity to click it up. Find out if she really has a hand.
Use the temp choke?
Yeah.
Wow. Saya calls with a napkin. A 4. with 3 clubs on board. That is an ownage. And that sends a message to Chris that I know you're speeding and out of line in every spot.
Chris can't do anything but chuckle. And this is what we're talking about here. Chris Brewer, one of the best online high-stakes players, getting absolutely owned by Saya, most feared. She's calling him a bottom pair. And there are those of you in the chat. I see you in the YouTube comments questioning the talent of this player that we have here on Live at the Bike, Saya, most feared. You just see it right there.
Matsu's going to 3-bet with the 6-5 of spades, and we're going to take it heads up to the streets here on this flop. Matt's going to win this with just a simple C-bet as the 3-bet aggressor.
13. You got it.
Ravenelli predicting, I bet Chris will try to bluff her again.
Oh yeah. Wasn't that bad.
You don't think Chris learned his lesson, Ravenelli? What do you think, JJ?
I think Ravenelli is spot on.
I don't want the audience.
I don't think there's no slowing this kid.
I did, but they told me I wasn't
If there was any,
acceptable.
like, hot mic
It might be because he's a runner and he's fast and he just thrives on adrenaline and action.
But we saw that Chris had kind of a look on his face, very sheepish, when he was called there. What's going through a player's head like that when we actually get called? We'll pick up on that in a second. Saya, 3-betting 1,200 with aces. Brewer calls with pocket deuces. These two are tangling again. 8-6 queen on the flop. Brewer does have backdoor to the clubs, but it's only too high. Can't see him continuing much in this hand.
Saya with 2 angels. Gonna put in the C-bet.
$1,300.
And let's see how sticky Chris gets here because he is ahead of Ace King and Ace Jack and some
He looks
other suited
annoyed.
connectors.
He looks annoyed right now.
He always has that look when he plays poker. I mean, he's talkative, but he's very focused. He's in the zone, man.
So what happens then? You're a player. You're saying he's in the zone, but he looked sheepish when he was called by Saya. Is that embarrassment? I mean, if this is a thing that you're supposed to be doing as a poker player, what's his reaction there? What's his mind state?
I think, you know, when you get called by a hand that shouldn't be a call, you kind of chuckle and you're like, that's insane. And I'm sure he's thinking on the positive note, okay, if Saya's calling me there, I'm going to get paid when I make a hand, right? I don't think he's a pessimistic dude. I think he's like, all right, you're going to call me? I'm going to make a lot of money next time. And perhaps he'll gauge back, you know. Let's say if he was driving and use an analogy and he was speeding at 80, he's going to gauge it back versus Saya. He's not going to speed it. He's not going to, you know, keep hitting that pedal to the metal versus her when he knows that she's going to out-alpha him, essentially. He will fine-tune his exploits. In theory, he's over-bluffing, but in practice, if players are going to be folding, like he got that bluff through versus Ryan twice, if players are going to fold, why not keep using aggression?
If you're just joining us, you are watching competitive high-stakes poker on Live at the Bike. We have a very tough lineup of extremely skilled players battling it out tonight on the Live at the Bike felt. Saya, most feared, 3-betting the 1700 with ace-10 suited. And a 4-bet from John Cohen with ace-5 suited, the new bluff candidate. And Sai's going to let it go.
Yeah, just an absolute favorite from the young kids like John Cohen.
But we see this right now about these players here.
Yeah, you know what?
4-betting with ace-5 suited.
I mean,
this is a competitive lineup here. The action's happening, a lot of the battling even happening pre-flop.
Yeah, you just know, Matt, when you have an ace in your hand pre-flop, you block half the combos of aces. And you block a lot of combos of, you block 25% of ace-king offsuit. So just hands that are going to play back at you, block a lot of them. And especially if you feel like players are not going to want to go bust pre-flop, when you have the blockers to the aces and the ace-kings, it's a pretty powerful hand.
Silvico says, Saya 3-bets every time. You know, in lower stakes games, you know, you see players limping a lot and not raising enough pre-flop. I think in these higher stakes games, you see the better players always putting in that 3-bet. They're not entering the hand unless they're 3-betting, especially if they're in position.
Yeah, let's get to that thought after this hand. I really like where you're going with that, Matt. I really like that train of thought. And Saya with the removal to a straight. She uses aggression. Frank with middle pair. Removal to that straight as well. $8,300 in the pot. These two players sitting side by side. Can Frank the Bank find a call versus Saya's River Bluff? It's just so difficult to play against. Saya just went 1.5x pot size to put max pressure on Frank. Saya feels that Frank has a 1-pair hand. And Saya gets that bluff through with pot and a half. And to get back on that 3-bet approach, usually 3-betting sends a message that you want to play a big pot. And you want players to feel uncomfortable. And if you acquire a skill to be put in tough spots, that's what a 3-bet pot is. It's almost like you're Bane from Batman. You're playing in darkness. If you're accustomed to playing 3-bet pots and playing big pots, it's a big strength when players are not used to it. You see that a lot at the higher stakes, putting pressure.
Right. We'll do it next hand. What?
Yeah, we switched. We'll do it next time.
Okay.
That's really where the leveling war comes in to play. Silvico's saying if Saya had called, John would have been in trouble, perhaps. But Saya might have, if she had found a call there, might have felt that she was calling with the most inferior hand. In fact, that's why she folded. We see Sebastian 3-betting now with pocket nines off of John Cohen's raise. We have a few hands here pre-flop. Saya makes the call, ace-jack suited. John gets out of the way, the original raiser. And just like that, a jack on the flop. Saya outflopping Sebastian. Frank in there with 8-7 is open-ended. We could see a big pot here.
C-bet from Sebastian, and Saya with top pair, top kicker. How does she proceed?
Sebastian looking for that 9, but it would be a devastating card for him.
I feel like Saya's going to check raise here at a fairly high clip. And she just proceeds with the call, actually.
9 on the turn, one time. Queen of Hearts. Card that will probably slow down the action here.
Yeah, I think you're right here, Matt. Frank's still going to try to see a free card side, doesn't like that queen, and Sebastian, once he's called in 2 spots, doesn't like that queen either, so we should see a check around at a very high frequency.
Or does he turn in his hand in a bluff there? No, he doesn't. Oh my goodness. Oh.
That.
It wasn't on the turn, but it was on the river.
And Frank with the straight and Sebastian with a set.
What a gin card. And there's no flush came in. This looks like a pretty innocuous card. There's no way Sebastian's going to think that someone floated with, what, King 10 or something like that. Unlikely. Saya thinking this over, but this is one of those situations when Frank bets like this.
And I think this is all she wrote for Sebastian. Sebastian's not going to put Frank on 8-7. It's a 3-bet pot.
Wow, Saya's going to make a call here? Sebastian.
Well, maybe Sebastian doesn't go all in.
Sebastian's gum almost fell out of his mouth. That's how confused he is here. He's definitely not raising. He is going to lose the absolute minimum on this hand if he does call this final bet here from Frank. Frank's shaking his head. Looks displeased.
Wow, and I wish I knew what was going through Sebastian's head right now, but the scratching of his head gives away enough information that he is in the blender, to say the least.
Fuck. What happened?
I think I win. I have 3.
Showdown, your first call.
I should have totally folded.
Oh, 7-9.
Wow.
What do you think?
Should have raised. Oh my god.
You should raise the river?
I should have raised at any point except the river.
Only pre-flop you can raise. I guess 3. Flop ended.
The needle.
I would never fold that hand.
Yeah, the
He's about raising, right?
Oh, you're thinking about raising? No, he's thinking about folding. Yeah, he's thinking about folding. Yeah, no, he wasn't thinking about raising.
Well, folding?
Now.
Double board bomb pot.
Yeah. How much are you guys doing it for?
Sebastian saying he was thinking about
No.
folding.
Yeah, no, it's either raise or fold. There's no way I'm sorry, raise or call. There's no way I'm folding.
He has played fairly tight tonight.
I gotta bluff him off the straight.
Well, no, it's just like he didn't even bet that much, right? Like, there's just no way I would fold the set.
It hurts to call, and somebody had like kings.
Right, yeah.
Or Queen Jack.
Yeah.
I just call.
I would.
I just end up. Yeah, I just pretty quickly call.
Yeah, you just there's no way I could fold the set. That's fine.
I'm not raising.
Oh, 水上了.
Look at that. You play with all these high stakes.
It went open 3-bet. They both called, right?
Yeah, they could easily have queens or jacks or whatever, but.
You play with all these high stake pros and you get free lessons here. We're hearing how Brewer would have played the hand.
Yeah, you check and get it all. Yeah.
It's good enough.
Double board.
Yeah. 7 of hearts, 5 of hearts, 7 of spades.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Remember last session, you did it wrong, right?
And we do have a double board bomb pot in progress. These players each put in, I believe, $400, and we'll see a flop.
Oh, I have to scan one? Yeah,
2 flops, that is. Waiting for the graphics to catch up so we can see these hands.
You did it wrong.
I had an ace jack of clubs.
Oh.
A hero called you on the river, and I didn't. That was a sick river. I don't know.
Actually, his bad. I made the raise, you will fold. So, I think.
Anybody raising, I was folding the river, obviously.
So we have John betting trip 7s on one board and a pair of 6s. Ryan with trip 7s on one board and an open-ended straight on the other. And a straight for Ryan. Ryan with big favorite in this hand. And John checks it back.
Oh, wow.
And a paired board on the bottom. And a double paired board on the top. This is a split pot now. Gonna chop the top. Chop the bottom, as long as no one folds. Ryan in a bit of a spot. Thinking of hand combos. And Ryan bets 4,500.
I probably should raise it. I just call. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do.
So 3/4.
So I have.
You
chop and then
he gets 3/4.
He gets 3/4.
Yeah. So how much did you bet?
4,500.
All right.
Just put it in 45, 45.
Oh, you already pulled it. I bet 45.
Okay. Then just 3/4 the pot.
So yeah.
3/4.
Put the money in, yeah. Put the
Yeah,
money
9-7 gets 3/4.
Okay.
So.
I got it.
You put the money in?
But it stays.
Yep. Okay. That makes it easy.
So Ryan Malky has the bigger straight on the bottom for a 9-7.
Yeah, you have a straight on the bottom.
Yeah.
And they chop the top board with 7s full of aces or aces full of 7s. No, 7s full of aces.
I know it's hard. Yeah. Like,
So it's not a chop, it's a quarter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your hand's
Yeah.
definitely.
Our graphic says split, but it is not a split.
I'm not sure our graphics are set up, the software is set up to
The double
count
board.
for a quarter pot.
No, it's half.
No.
I'm not sure if my brain is set up to commentate on double board bump, but it does try.
She's doing. Okay.
What?
I shouldn't have had
She's doing it.
that last beer if I was going to try to accurately commentate a double board bomb pot. I was not
He
prepared,
got half.
chat.
And he's good.
Yeah. He gets. Yeah.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're
Just chop the pot.
having a drink or consuming some other substance. Kicking back here on Competitive High Stakes Friday with us. I'm Weez.
Yeah. He got
I'm in the booth with JJ.
9-7.
We're huge poker fans.
straight.
I feel very honored and lucky to be here with you tonight, watching this
Straight.
100, 200, 400
Chips on the bottom. He had
high stakes game coming to you from Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino
What is it?
Yeah.
in Los Angeles, California.
He toned the absolute.
And I'm going to give some quick shout outs, Matt, to some of the people in the chat. Shout out to Joseph Lerman,
How much
has
is it?
played on our show before, regular at the Bicycle, one of the homies. Nolan Mann. Shout out to Sylv Kos. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Brian Wynn.
I think
Drew Kunderi. What's up, guys?
No, I think your hand's like.
Camille, who rocked with me all day yesterday. Fleetwood Mac. Ravenelli, who's been asking some good questions today. John Lipsks.
Well, not scoop.
What's up,
I mean, I
John?
don't think you could,
Nick from
no
Yuma
way.
as well. I saw
For
you in the
me,
building
because
earlier.
Ace of clubs was on the board, yeah. So there's no way for you to get scooped. The worst you can do is quarter.
Yeah, quarter.
Yeah. You can be against 7 with clubs.
Get the full house and chips and a win.
Yeah, I'll use
And the lost the boost part.
this and a knife. And then, yeah. Perfect. This is good. No, so just a napkin. That's it. This is good. Perfect. Oh, and
John's hand's less fun because he could theoretically get scooped.
this is good.
You could have ace 7 and scoop.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh wait, no, he had trips on low. I don't think either.
Yeah, my hand was pretty good too.
Your
Like,
hand's- yeah.
I had trips on the bottom, and then
As long as he doesn't have a.
if he has
As long
like
as he
eight,
doesn't-
I thought if he had like ace, you know,
No, ace 7, you just get half.
yeah. So like,
Yeah, what-
Nolan
ace
Mann
7
says in the money on a small online tourney while watching. Hell yeah. Run good, brother. Make it to that final table. Hopefully you pick up a trick or two from watching this competitive high stakes game. We can learn a lot.
It's all to figure out
This ain't a
exactly
fish
how
fry.
your hands all
These are
sometimes.
some of the best players in Los Angeles battling it out here. And there are certainly moves you can learn here.
Any 7 with a pay on the other board.
You can watch some of these players here, figure out what's going on in their head, and apply some of their plays to spots you might find yourself in your games.
Sebastian with the hot mic, perhaps telling how bad he ran in that hand.
On this table, we have Chris Brewer.
You guys want to do a round of straddles again?
I'm in.
High stakes online crusher. We have Frank the Bank. That's him right there. He's the man that everyone's come to play with. But you know what? He's no chump. There's no fish fry, like I said. Frank is a recreational player with deep pockets, but he can battle with all of these pros. We have Saya, most feared. She's there in the purple sweatshirt. Ryan Malky, a pro from Chicago. John Cohen.
Matt, aren't you from the Chi as well?
I've got a lot of family in Chicago. Spent a lot of time there growing up. Love myself a Polish sausage and one of those beef sandwiches, you know, where they just dip it in the
I didn't
beef,
know where you
know?
were going with that.
Yeah.
Beef.
Polish sausage.
Slap. You said slap.
Slap. I'm actually going to Poland next week to make a pilgrimage to my motherland.
Shout out to all of you watching and joining Matt and I watching the all new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high stakes poker series. Coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. 100-200 game with a $200 big blind ante. This is a straddle round though.
400. This is 100, 200, 400. Top pair for John Cohen. Bottom pair for Frank. That might be as good as top pair for him. Oh, snap call. Verbal. Frank coming to play. He's found two pair more than once, but this 8 gives John Cohen trips. Frank might think that this card is actually a good card for him.
And look at that poker savvy Frank's thinking about folding this. Frank beats straight draws like 9-7 and 9-10. Frank finds the fold. Well done by Frank the Bank. We talked about those folds earlier, Matt, and he just saved himself some cheddar.
Cosmic asking how many players are in the main event these days? 3,000 plus? Sir, I believe it was over 8,000 players in the main event this year. Really a staggering number.
Range advantage for Matt, who is the initial raiser. Near 100% C-bet frequency as he puts in his chips in the pot.
Who's commentating today? JJ?
I'm not sure. Call me JJ?
JJ and Matt? Who's Matt?
He's the other person.
He's, oh.
Our creative director.
Oh, okay. I see.
I'm gonna go hop in the booth and talk about how bad you guys all play.
He was taking pictures earlier.
You'd be good in
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see who he is now.
Apparently I need to go introduce myself to Saya.
I'd be afraid I'd say something dumb.
You might, but still be good.
What would be done?
Like there's something I would like, I'd like tell a story, but then realize after I should have told it. Like, oh fuck.
It's not airing today, right?
I don't know.
Is this one not airing today? No. So we gotta call more because we can't see.
Yeah. Let's fail.
Interesting hand here.
55.
How do you feel, Matt, that they're talking about you while you're here? It's a little rude, huh?
Are they talking behind my back?
I mean,
if I'm watching them through a camera?
They're mentioning me. I don't know how I feel about that, you know?
So I gonna 3-bet to 5,500 with ace 4 suited. Brewer releases. Frank does as well.
Oh, Chris made the call,
Chris
actually.
called.
Wow, Chris. Gonna come along with the suited king and flops. Middle pair. Saya's got some good backdoor stuff going on with that ace 4 of clubs. To go along with range advantage. $21,000 in the pot.
Well, look at this. Saya not giving up, and Chris with his middle pair not giving up either. He is putting Saya to the test here. He says, you got it, then you better bet that turn.
Yeah, a board that Saya will still have range advantage, but her hand is very dusty and decides to check. Check, check we go.
Brewer checks back. Electing for pot control here. You would assume his line then now is, if Saya bets, he is calling most rivers.
Unless Saya goes for that big bet and it does go check.
Ace high.
Never saw them. I just kind of lost. Whatever. It's fine.
And now it's Chris Brewer's turn to call Saya a little bit light.
I think he said to the effect that he just was calling just to see what she had. That's with the 7 he floated. He wanted to see what she was going to do. I think another bet out of Saya, possibly anywhere on the turn or the river, would have gotten the job done.
No, you're good.
You taking the big John?
Yeah, I'm in.
Sebastian, did you want to saddle in?
No, he doesn't stop.
Yeah, so he can just come in next hand and it'll work. Yeah, because he doesn't want to do this right.
Less chance to win a shot.
You ever look at the same call twice but think it's a different call? Like,
Yeah, it's
fuck,
happened to me.
oh,
It's actually happened to me as I've gotten older.
Raise.
It used to never happen to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'm like just getting old.
I check my calls a lot because I have like, you ever have that poker dream where like you have quads and then you like get all in, you flip over your hand?
I didn't know anyone else got those dreams. I had a bad one with 5-2 the other night. I was in a huge pot with 5-2 and like had nothing going for me.
Yeah.
It was tough.
But you're like, I had quads. Like, guys, I had quads.
There was a point in this dream where
it's so weird that I feel like everyone's had that one.
yeah. Well, I wasn't sure. I think I've asked that one.
Yeah.
They suck. This closest to a horror dream I get.
Yeah. It's like to show up to school, Innuendo pants.
Yeah.
Poker.
Yeah, it is.
You could tell the love of poker these players have. They have dreams about poker, Matt, which I used to in my younger days. I'm so tired, I don't even know if I dream anymore with this new baby.
Certainly not dreaming of poker.
Play 6 hours. Is that 5 or 6?
Frank with the straight draw.
Sebastian with 2 pair.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's going to be some money sprinkled in this one, Matt.
Sure. Ryan with middle pair and a backdoor nut flush draw. We'll see if Sebastian plays this one slow or if he's like, no, I'm not letting anyone get there on the river against me this time. He's going to pop it up to $3,100. I don't see Frank folding this.
No way. No how. Frank's got 8 outs and he knows it.
You just gotta peel them close, otherwise you have to peel them high.
Here we go to the turn.
Well, when I have normal cards, I usually just peel the corner.
2 of spades changes absolutely nothing.
I'm so paranoid of someone looking at my whole cards.
Sebastian certainly will put a healthy bet in here, charging any potential draw. But really wanting to get paid by an ace.
It's like I think people are less likely to try it than in tournaments. People are a little bit more ruthless.
I think you've pinpointed this, Matt, to accuracy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
$5,700 bet.
And what Sebastian does when he puts in that 5,700, he makes his river shove a half pot size bet, which I really like. Frank will be getting a right price if he did have an ace to make a river call as well as this turn bet. Just very good sizing by Sebastian.
Frank.
No, not that one.
Going to let it go. He says, there's no way I can hit my open-ender twice. Twice in one night.
我那把 A 开，我不知道是因为在
There was one on the bubble.
合牌打一枪。
And Frank, the recreational player in this game, has been playing above the rim, as we see on a lot of Fridays. Gives a lot of action, but he just knows where he's at in a lot of spots.
Holding big blinds, and the Paulson snapped.
球到后手也没有压力，我球来干嘛？
Where it's just like
他后手如果伤一点就球了。
it was like 2 off the bubble. It was nuts. It was like very clear. Like Paulson saw a 5
Yeah.
in his hand.
This person just plays like very fightable.
Well, just no one in those tournaments calls with ace-6.
Humanity says Frank needs to call. I agree. I think Frank has the deck hitting him today. You're not losing in the game. Gamble a little bit.
Are you telling the man with the highest VPIP exponentially to the second highest VPIP to gamble a little bit?
Hey. Well, when you say it that way.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I don't blame him.
You can't be like, oh, I would otherwise fold.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things, like, if people go out of the way to look, you know, like, they're, like, leaning over, it's, like, fucked up, but also, it's your job to protect your calls, so it's not, like, it's most definitely not cheating. That's what I'm saying, I'm just paranoid about fucking it up.
Cash game, most people would say.
And this is not a 3-bet by Saya. This is a straddle round.
In the tournament still say that they saw something.
Queen, Jack 3. Frank and Sebastian both with middle pair. Sebastian's is a bit better with that ace high.
The 1 seed. I was just like looking over, and he like goes to bet the river again, and he just lifts his calls, and it was like a 3 club board, and I saw a diamond in his hand, and he just like, that's massive. And I was like, ace high, and called.
Frank's going to do the betting here with his middle pair. Sebastian going nowhere.
That boy, like, you still be your hand on the river before you
Brick on the river. In a spot where Sebastian can go for some value with his jack, I think, since he does have an ace kicker. Or his Tony G 1 set. He qualifies.
What?
And just some good sizing by Sebastian once again. His hand looks like perhaps a brick out of King 10 and 9-10. The missed straight draws and gets paid.
Oh, am I on mute? Yeah, let me see.
Sebastian, the pro from Europe, making max value. And it is the top of the hour. We're about 20 likes from 400, so if you haven't smashed that like button, it's your time to shine and help this channel grow. Live at the Bike. Smash that like button and let's get over 400 likes this evening. Thus far, it is a 100, 200, 200 game. Rounds of straddles. Here are the chip counts. Chris Brewer with $123,000. Frank, not too far behind with the chip counts. Next are the V pips, or how many most active player, what we like to call it around here. Frank playing almost 60% of hands. Very impressive. There's no way, shape, or form I can do that as well as he does.
Like, I want every card in the deck revealed.
And here's the cumulative winnings. Chris up 23,000 and chatty as can be. Ryan up 12,000 and Saya up 9,300. He wasn't as chatty when he was not winning this much money, Matt. Chirpin Chips and John Cohen and Matt Sue on the opposite end. And those leaderboards tonight was brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight. Make sure you guys check out monkeyknifefight.com, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. And we stumbled upon again a double board bomb pot. Each of these players are putting in $500. We see 2 boards with no action pre-flop. This is a split pot game. You can have a good hand on both to scoop it. You can have a good hand on one and bluff the other one. A lot of times these hands are chopped unless there's some bluffing going on.
Flats Valhalla asks, is there a bad beat jackpot in these games? The answer to that is no. There was at one point, but currently there is no bad beat jackpot. And Wayne and I were talking, we thought that perhaps the best thing to ever happen to the show would be if Armenian Mike and KGB, Armenian Mike, of course, known for all of his blow-ups, and KGB has broken 2 of our microphones in the last 2 times he's played the game. If there was a bad beat jackpot and it hit, and Armenian Mike was on the losing end, but there was no jackpot, like what? His head might blow off.
And you start with 4, and then you just called 2 out on a fold straight.
So Saya's gonna win one of the boards with ace high if John does not bet, and John's gonna wish he would have bet his deuce. Split pot between ace high and trip deuces.
I don't know how strong my hand is because I lose the other one.
You have trips.
And like, yeah.
I guess there's a flush out there, but you know.
Yeah, he checked.
Whatever. I
gotta go for it
didn't want
sometimes,
the
man.
headache, so I was like, forget it.
So John plays online mainly, and the only live poker he plays now is with us, essentially. So he doesn't. These double board bomb pots are very new to him, so he's probably trying to figure these out as well.
Also, then I'm screwed, you know, because then her kicker plays on the other board, and so if she has just like jack deuce, she screws me, you know, like that's.
Oh, that would be tilted. Yeah.
So like my hand's not that strong. Yeah. Like.
What's that?
You get a bunch of spots like that in a split pot game.
Yeah.
You just
because I literally lose every time on the other board. You know, I'm playing the board, so.
And the student of the game I am, Matt. You know what I'm going to do after the show wraps up? Probably perhaps during this weekend. I'm going to go back to the bomb pots and listen to these guys because I'm learning how to play these double board bomb pots. And getting that little extra knowledge from Chris Brewer. Thank you, Chris Brewer, for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to absorb it. You guys can do the same. You guys probably won't, but I will.
On the river,
shout out to myself.
Still call with the deuce and a diamond in your hand.
Right.
And
I would rather call with my hand, you know, hoping you're bluffing, but like I would never like. Bet my hand.
You can't even call your hand. You just auto lose.
Auto lose, yeah. Yeah.
You're calling to chop.
I'm calling to just hope that
If she like pots, you
has
just
like an
can't
8
call.
and nothing on the other board, you know, or whatever. Yeah.
But you just can't. You can't call if she like pots or something.
Right. That's funny. I was like gonna call that, but like I don't know if I'm supposed to call. You know, like.
Having
But I didn't want
having
to.
true 0% on one board is really brutal.
Yeah.
If she just has a flush, you just.
Yeah, I'm screwed. Like I said, if she just has Jack Deuce
Yeah.
and her kicker plays on the other board, I'm screwed. You know, like.
Just any flush draw that got there.
Yeah.
Raise to 18.
I mean, if there's a debate on who you would want least at the table, Garrett or Chris Brewer, I mean, I think the slam dunk decision is not having Chris Brewer at the table. The guy is just such a wizard.
Chips to play the same.
And Garrett is fearless, but Chris Brewer is fearless on another level. It's like more well-timed fearlessness from Chris Brewer.
Whoops, sorry, man.
Cosmic asking, does Mickey ever play on the bike stream? Let's just say I don't think you'll see Mickey playing on any stream for a very, very long time.
Why is that? You can't just say that. I'm assuming because he's bust. But do you have other reasons? If there's other reasons, we must know.
I said what I said. I say no more.
Oh, man. That's like saying, hey, you know what happened to so-and-so? Oh, never, man. I can't tell you. That's what Matt just did to 800 people in the YouTube chat.
No, I just
and
said
600 people in the Twitch chat.
I just said you're not going to see him. I think you're not going to see him on a stream for a very, very long time. I could be wrong. Maybe he'll be on Live at the Bike next week, huh? JJ, make it happen.
I'd have to probably... I'm going to stop there. You know me, Matt. I don't like to bash. I got a lot of, like...
You were trying to dig it out of me. I'm not bashing anyone.
Oh, no,
I'm
not
just saying
bashing.
I don't think he's going to be on stream.
No, not that...
I'll let your imagination fill in the rest.
I was going to say I would have to go to some dark places to probably get that contact where I'm not willing to go, and other people might go to those dark places to get that type of contact.
What do you mean dark places? Mickey's hanging out in Los Feliz at the coffee shops, you know?
Raise to 500 from Pocket Kings as we segue back to poker. Bet of 1,200 from Frank the Bank.
Three players.
And 2 kings still in the lead. Have to dodge some cards, and that's the brick. Does bring the front door flush in. We saw Matt trap earlier hands and just pay strong hands, and I think this is what he does here too. He's just going to trap, but it does go check through. Cosmic says he's intrigued as well. Well, Matt's not sharing with us, so we will know, Cosmic. You guys are watching Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high-stakes poker series. Thank you for joining us. Commentators today is Weez and myself, JJ. And you guys, this is coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. Thank you, and I hope you guys are enjoying this authentic high-stakes action. 100, 200, 200, no limit. Chris Brewer is joining us in seat number 2, who has over 5.9 million in earnings.
4.
Seat number 1 is Matt Su, professional poker player from the East Coast. Seat number 4 is Frank the Bank, bringing all the action. Seat number 5 is Saya Ono, one of the most talented and feared cash game players in Los Angeles. Seat number 6 is Ryan Malky, Chicago native, now resides in Los Angeles. Professional poker player, plays very well, as above the rim as can be. Seat number 8 is John Cohen. I used to say he's a rising star, but he's flat out just a star in poker. Tough player. And seat number 9 is Sebastian, a professional poker player from Europe.
And just like that, a set of 4s for John. Fortunately, Sebastian, who is the tightest player at the table, doesn't have much, but he's going to lead out 300.
Raise 1,000.
John playing this one quick. Surprised by that. There's no draws out there.
Yeah.
You have middle set.
Why
Why are you raising? Why is he raising? JJ, does John just not want to win tonight? Does he want to prove everyone who voted for him in the poll that he would turn his sessions around? Why is he raising?
All in, dude. That's all I had to do.
That's all you had to do.
Maybe he's thinking, since Sebastian is a little more on the snug side, that if he's putting money in the pot, he has something good. And he's going back to level A poker, which is big hand, big pot. Let's start building it.
You got to put money in the pot, huh?
Usually if you say
want to go all in, like, you're probably going to win.
Yeah.
Right?
John the Builder, not Bob.
The times you don't win won't be too pity, but.
We raise 18.
If you are just joining us, this is a competitive high-stakes game going on here live at the bike. We're playing 100, 200, 400 at times. And these are some of the best poker players in Los Angeles battling it out here. No fish fry tonight. These are only the best. Even Frank the Bank, who is a recreational player, is going toe-to-toe with the likes of Chris Brewer, Saya Most Feared, Ryan Malky, John Cohen.
Nif says, no main event. JJ, we're happy to have you on the stream, though. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Although I did have a sad moment today at 5 a.m. while I was milking my baby, and my wife wakes up, and she actually just saw the look on my face. She's like, are you okay? And I just told her I'm a little sad that I didn't plan better and play the main this year.
But hey, you're happy to be here playing or watching this excellent poker matchup with us, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely. But I am a little sad. And I told my wife, all right, not missing any more main events. I will miss main events when I feel like my skill edge declines, because I have no will to play a $10,000 buy-in unless I feel fit to play it, you know. And I do feel like I'm in somewhat of my peak in my poker career, playing some bigger games in LA, and just missing it this year is a little bit brutal for me. But I am happy to be here, Nif. And you are rocking with Weez, Matt, the creative producer, and myself, JJ. So thank you guys for tuning in today.
Top pair for Saya. Not much for Frank here.
Possible.
Try not to.
Yeah. You'll stay in Vegas a while, Chris?
I think I'm moving to New York at the end of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there poker in New York? Or you're just
I can still do some stuff.
You're just gonna do mostly tournaments still and travel.
Yeah. And I'm gonna probably get. I have like a job offer out there.
With Seth?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I might do something there.
So you'll see Tim every day then, yeah?
I will see Tim every day. Yeah.
The city or just New York State?
I think I'm gonna try to live in Jersey Fault so I can still play like WSOP and stuff.
Oh. Yeah.
Saya picks off
I'm not retiring.
Frank the Bank's bet.
没有任何意义啊！你说这个呀？
那你要是打那个 Jack Deuce，
in Jersey, is it same pool?
我以为你是 Jack Deuce。
我不管什么，你如果不会靠你呢，我能靠你的牌去拔
You
呀
need。that.
Being in
对，
Jersey
所以
is
没
actually
rate。
like super reasonable.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll just.
And
So it's Vegas Nevada,
Vegas,
and Jersey,
Jersey, and then I think at some point they're supposed to add Delaware, but they haven't yet or something.
Michigan.
Man, if it ever gets to the point where all 50 states can play
Well,
one,
it'd be massive. Yeah.
that would be insane.
Well, the big one is they have there's WSOP in Ontario now or something.
Okay.
They like just got the license set up, So if they ever join those player pools, it'll be sick because you'll have like an internet.
Same company or?
Yeah. So it's like WSOP, but it's like GG branded or something.
Okay.
It has it's something weird about it, but.
Re-raised 18.
But yeah, like.
Keep talking. I'm
those
listening.
places like 15 minutes outside of New York that are in Jersey and nice.
Yeah.
New York will probably get casinos pretty soon.
Yeah, and if that happens, that'll be awesome. I have some friends I can probably play in a few home games that I don't think are cheated.
And a 3-bet by Matt, and we're going to go 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah.
All hands are live.
If California ever legal.
Well, it'll be amazing.
It would just be insane.
It'd be
8,
yeah,
6,
I would
5.
move back
What a
immediately.
well-timed aggression
It'd be great
for
for
Matt,
a
who
year
flops a
and half.
straight
It would
draw
get shitty, but
and
it'd
a
be
flush
amazing
draw.
bullshit on
First
half.
year and a half, yeah.
Top pair for Frank, the bank.
There's so many,
probably will
there's
happen
so-
at some point,
There's
you
so
know?
many dudes in California who just own New York casino who like poker and have a ton of money.
Yeah.
Like there's just dudes that live in Fresno that like own the farm or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
We're all hoping for California.
Yeah.
That would be a good time. Take it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it'd be
it would be great. Yeah, like
5 years.
Actually, I just saw something now. Bovada, Bet Online, and one of the other, not ACL, but one of the other offshore sites. There's like a House representative that's actually like trying to like
6,500.
do something against them.
Oh wow.
really.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it'll come out too much. It's like one random House member.
Yeah.
There's like infinite of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was surprised. Someone sent.
So we need to have
someone
this guy
sent-
killed immediately.
Someone.
I was thinking. I was like, I don't want to say that out loud. If something were to happen to him,
Yeah.
weird.
I didn't check. I got sent the article, but I didn't read it all, so I don't know
Yeah.
the exact specifics.
Thank you so much.
And Matt's aggression with a straight draw and a flush draw. And his bet of 6,500 does not need to realize equity when you just get better hands to fold. Wapo Vibe says, let's go Friday night poker. Shout out to you, my man. Happy to have you. And if you haven't just yet, everyone in the chat, smash that like button. We got like 850 people watching in the YouTube channel right now. So if, 10% of you just hit the like button right now that are watching, we would get over. We like the over. We would get over 500 likes. The more likes we get, the more the YouTube algorithm sends people our way, and we want to continually grow this channel. So we bring more games like this so you guys can watch technical poker from Chris Brewer and Saya Ono, John Cohn, Ryan Malky, Frank the Bank, Sebastian, battling out here in the streets for you guys in a 100-200 game, as we have a 4-bet from Sebastian with the best non-paired hand, Ace King and a Kornikova, to 6,500. And Sebastian showing these boys how to do it and how they do it in Europe.
Shuffle machine starting to act.
他是不是排列区10%啊？
I'll speak Chinese.
I wasn't sure.
Only Cantonese.
I was.
Shame on you.
Yeah.
You speak Cantonese?
Yeah. Very poorly, but.
So my girlfriend, she speaks Cantonese with Mandarin.
Yeah.
She has a weird mix of languages. She speaks Spanish, German, Cantonese, and English.
Is she Cantonese?
Yeah, but I'm saying the German and Spanish parts are weird
Your
one.
girlfriend?
Yeah,
She speaks fluent German?
pretty fluent.
That's hilarious.
She lived in Germany for like 7 months with her ex.
Fuck that guy.
Raise to 5.
He's probably really good at poker, too.
Sorry, really gotta.
She's unpoker related.
Heads up.
Just $10.
Then who do you rent to?
What?
Would you rent to her?
Rent to?
Rent.
Oh, I don't rant to. Well, no, I don't.
You don't rent at all?
I don't. No, I'm not saying I don't rant. I rant. I'm a fucking psycho, but I don't rant to Hull. I don't.
You rant to yourself a lot.
I do rant to myself. That is true. I talk. This game makes a fucking mumble out of it. The best of us.
Sometimes I play with you, go on like a little rant. I'm just gonna fight down all or something. Okay, this is a good card to have.
Well, I will do that. I will do that on the level sometimes. Yeah.
We coach it.
I don't rant as much. I still do that ranting on levels, but
I like it. It's entertaining. It's not like nobody's feelings get hurt. It's not like you're renting out somebody else.
Brightest Future says, mullet replaces the hoodie.
Criticizing someone else's thing. Just thinking out loud.
It certainly can. It has a life of its own. When Chris is under stress, the mullet wrapped itself around his jugular, protecting him
I don't know what it is about my brain.
from the eyes of Saya, John Cohen, people who can read souls, but they can't read through the mullet. It also acts as a life preserver, as a neck pillow. Perfect for those long cross-country flights. Chris with the mystery hand here. Frank, 2 pair. Chris looking pretty annoyed. I actually rocked a mullet through most of the pandemic. I then broke up with my pandemic girlfriend. Was back out on the market. Got a little gun shy. Wasn't sure that I had enough
Yeah, exactly. I was like,
swagger to actually date with a mullet. Lost a little self-confidence, perhaps. Got it cleaned up a bit. But I miss it. I miss the mullet.
all the other dudes have like families.
And certainly, I think it's one of those things is once you get a mullet that is at the state that Chris Brewer's is, it's become so much a part of you, you can't really think. It's an entity of it in and of itself. You can't just let it go. Chop it off.
Like the real grinders.
Yeah.
There's not a month that goes by that I don't think about my mullet.
Everything on like the 600 daily deep stack.
Wapo Vibe says give the mullet its own seat. Is that like when you are really obese and you have to buy a ticket for the other half of your body on an airplane? You have to buy 2 seats.
Runs ace king into ace.
I saw that hand. I read about it. Yeah.
Super gross. He ends up getting 8.
Yeah.
He immediately busted, went and waited in line to register for the closet for 45 minutes.
Jeez.
And then went and played and tried his hardest in the $500 closet after being knocked out of a 250K final table.
Wow.
I would never have the whole to do that.
Oh, never. I mean, he's like way ahead in the leaderboard too, right?
Yeah, no, he's like a favorite.
Yeah, so
but
it's
you
like
have to like keep getting. He wants to.
he wants to lock it up. I know, yeah, but well, I mean, at least take a couple
He even
days.
told me too. He was like, honestly, I'm just like about the. He was like, I'm just happy I got the play of the yield points. That was like his entire.
Like that he cashed, right? And
yeah.
And I've been told by our producer Wayne that we have Mariano jumping in with us all week next week. So if you are a Mariano fan and you like the poker vlogs, make sure you guys tune in Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week to watch some Mariano.
I mean, I get it.
Hell yeah.
It would just be cool to be player.
If I wasn't a couple Red Bull vodkas deep, that might get me excited, you know? Mariano, of course, one of the best vloggers out there.
Wait, isn't that supposed to get you more excited, though?
Haven't you ever heard of
Oh, it chilled you out? The alcohol chilled you out? I got
Numbed
you.
me out.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Mariano, of course, one of the best poker vloggers out there, and he has been showing off on this show, battling the likes of Garrett, battling the likes of Barry Woods.
Like, I know he lives over there with his like wife. Yeah.
Very exciting young player to watch. They call him Baby Garrett. I don't know about that. I think he's cutting out his own ilk here on Live at the Bike.
I saw that tweet. I actually, if I could thumbs down it, I would have thumbs down it. Johnny Vibes put Mariano looking like a young Garrett, and then I liked Andrew Nemi's response immediately, and I liked that one. It said,
Well, what was Andrew Nemi's response?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Wait, hold on. John's got aces. Aces alert.
Not getting there.
Oh, top set of aces. Saya's got nothing. I think you can safely tell your story here.
Da-da,
Oh. Saya looking like she might have bad intentions. Nope.
da-da. So back to the story. So Johnny Vibes, which I would have disliked that tweet 50 million times, and this is why I'm off Twitter, because like sometimes people are just reaching for like, please like my shit, right? Sorry for saying that, but like Johnny Vibes, Mariano's looking like a young Garrett or a baby Garrett or whatever he said, and I'm just like, oh. And I like Johnny. It's just annoying tweet. And then Andrew Nemi, nail on the head, boom, puts Mariano is looking like a young Mariano. Which is like, you can't compare a poker player to another poker player. I think that's kind of like Mariano is shaping up to be who he is. And there should be no comparisons between him and the vlogs he's creating to one of the OGs and one of the goats of the game, Garrett Adelstein, right? So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just nitpicky. And maybe that's why I'm off social media, because I do get annoyed by certain tweets like that.
You certainly didn't see a young Garrett out there vlogging, so.
And if you did, imagine how many subs he would have. Like that. I mean, it would probably be a repetitive. He's very, very meticulous on a schedule. So it'd be Monday, 6 a.m. gym. Tuesday, 6 a.m. gym. Wednesday, marathon ran. Oh, and we played some high stakes poker. It would be,
and we crushed.
And we won 17 sessions in a row.
I mean, you got to hand it to the guy. He's definitely a high stakes crusher, especially in these LA games. I would love to see Garrett and Saya battle here on Live at the Bike. There are clips of them in the archives if you want to go check them out. Saya has held over Garrett quite a bit, actually. They have played some very interesting hands. You can see those in our Hand of the Day playlist.
Jeff, could I get another coffee? An iced coffee this time? Iced coffee. With a little bit of cream? A little bit of cream.
They have like I don't know, any type of snack over there. There's like some protein ball.
Frank turning second pair with a very good kicker.
Just a regular croissant.
Saya with a bit of frustration. He hasn't kind of been
As
having the deck go the way she planned it. Still up, I believe, $5,000 though.
Yep.
Poker does not care about your plans, Matt. Does not care about anyone's plans. Does not care if you study or don't study. Does not care if you gamble or not. You said last week, the cards are the gods. And this is true.
It got hot. Yeah, I was thinking that.
I came up with that phrase all by myself.
Did you really? I don't think so.
Definitely didn't learn it from the great poker sage, global poker crusher, Wayne Chong. Head over to the Live at the Bike Instagram page. You can see Wayne flexing with a ton of cash, and his trophy is on the Live at the Bike table.
Not too many people love it more than Wayne, I'll tell you.
Cohen with his pocket sixes currently in the lead.
1,300.
Creative produce his Instagram?
I did not.
4,900 in the pot. John Cohen with 2 pair. Frank also with 2 pair. John with the check mark, as long as he does not fold. And we do have a double board bomb pot. Each player will put in 500 bucks, and we will be playing 2 boards. These players will not have any action pre-flop. We get to the flop, they see 2 boards. We start playing normal poker. It's a split pot game. You can win both boards if you have a good hand on both, or if you have a good hand on one and bluff off the other one. That's how a split pot game works. I'm learning with you guys. So if there is some chatter after about strategy, I'm gonna stay quiet and absorb. I need a lot of help in this realm.
I hesitate to even commentate on these because the combinations and the player strategies, there's so many variables here.
Well, don't feel alone, Matt. These are bomb pots are an out-of-the-box phenomenon, and then now you put 2 boards. So
I'll tell you what, though. I always hate when I'm in a bomb pot and I get dealt a big pocket pair. 'Cause I'm like,
just go all in.
What a waste. Just go all in.
I mean, unless there's like a trips. That's probably not the best advice, actually. But in double board bomb pots, big pairs are worth a lot.
Double boards?
Hard to get scooped.
Probably because it's hard for someone to have 2 pair or a flush or a straight on both boards.
Like, even though 2 queens don't look too good here, I mean, in able to get scooped, someone would have to have like an ace with the ace high flush, right? It's very hard. So, or pocket aces on both. It's very tough to get scooped on both, especially when you have a big pair.
You're going to Disneyland tomorrow?
Yeah. You want to come?
Nah, I mean,
You can
I
join.
have plans tomorrow anyway, but like, yeah, it's probably going to be really packed on Saturday.
Check mark
so
for
we
Sebastian.
were going to do California Adventure. It's always so much less crowded.
Yeah, I'm just
Saya
so
might
surprised
pay
you were able
here.
to get something like
I just
this.
looked. I mean, I haven't bought it yet, but I looked. And
Wow,
if we can't get
Sebastian
it,
comes
whatever,
with
we'll
a
just-
very big bet.
This.
Sebastian knows this is a very tough spot for him to get scooped.
Super premium speed pass.
It's like
He's
$40
definitely
extra.
bluffing one board.
Yeah. Well, it's like $40, but then some of them you have to pay like $5 for.
Just a very savvy spot for Sebastian.
But then like a few, the ones that are like extra crowded have like a premium on top of that. Yeah.
That's just like a.
Wow, and he gets paid.
Oh, he wins both.
Saya overvaluing her top pair there.
Oh.
Perhaps on one board.
And I don't blame her, Matt. No one knows what's going on in these double board bomb pots.
I like to always have something on both boards.
No,
You
I was
know,
like,
because
yeah,
she's
oh my
really
God.
only calling there for one board.
Look like a pretty ball.
I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right.
Because you want to be in a position where perhaps you're both going for the same board and you're dominated on
It
one
was a
board,
good
and
bet. I made a
then your
donkey call there.
your backup pair on the other board that you didn't think was going to win, well, you scoop, you chop that way.
Seem like you know what's going on in these double board bomb pots. You should.
I have played in some very recreational games playing these, and I've done pretty well on them by playing conservatively, thinking through a lot of the hand combinations, and looking at the boards, and just trying to figure out like what is the hand that I'm losing to on both boards, and if I can't figure that one out, then I'll start amping up my aggression and my gamble on it. But I really think the best way to play these is like assume you're losing unless you know that you've got both boards locked.
Whoa, and here we go. Saya with a set of sixes. And Ryan with an overpair.
And Ryan Malky, who has struggled in his appearances here on Live at the Bike, is not finding much salvation on tonight's show.
And Saya leads her set into the 3-better. And Ryan knows that Saya could have all the sets. And that's going to make Ryan put even more money in the pot now.
potentially counterfeiting a weird 2-pair,
I can do 3 purple and
Yeah, that's great.
like 7-6.
Yep, that's great.
It also brings in none of the straights, none of the flushes.
this one is mine, right?
Discount some of her set combos now with those 4s. Now only quads with those 4s. So if Saya did flop a set, she went from 9 combos to 7 combos now.
7,000.
Saya going back to big pot poker, just putting in $7,000 with a full house. And this is the big difference of a 5-5 player and a high stakes player. A 5-5 player would want to slow play and say, hey, I don't want to scare him out of the pot. And Saya just blasting to get the most money in here.
Do this thing where
I think I would have definitely checked that
I go like.
turn card if I were Saya.
I'll do that in the morning.
10 of hearts
Didn't notice.
on the river.
And they call me out on it.
If she were on a flush draw, a big bet here certainly would look like a bluff,
I'm like a
making
This thing
Malky
looks
very
like it's
likely
about
to call.
like, fall out of its.
This is the perfect run out for Saya.
I think they'll just
So refreshing.
ulch. So like the catch the camera.
Yeah,
shuttle.
Ryan will be a
But
little
it looks
concerned
like,
of
yeah,
two
this-
10s though. That
collapse.
Saya might have played like this.
Sorry, Sean. That's exactly how you want to go.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I do not like about Ryan's hand is that he has that queen of spades, that pesky spade blocker, blocking some of Saya's bluffs like king, queen of spades.
Count.
Yeah, these are
Just give him a
cracked
reset
stacks.
after the count.
This is
12,
sorry. This is 12.
12.
19.
20.
Did you ever watch Black
21 1.
21.
Remember the episode with the dating app?
Sorry.
It's like
21.
One of the
3.
ones that has like a happy ending. Oh,
I don't think you do.
I might have spoiled it for you.
No, I'm sure I've seen that.
21,300.
Basically, it's like a simulation where you go on a bunch of dates and stuff. Anyways, one of the girls, her pet peeve was people who go after they drink water.
40,000 in the pot. Ryan has to risk 21,000 to win that 43,700. Put your vote in the poll. Will Ryan call or fold? I want to know what you're thinking.
They can do nothing for like 1,000 meals or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The patented live at the bike countdown clock. Ticking down the time. Seconds rolling off here.
It needs to be mellowed out.
Malky percolating. He's reaching for chips.
I had to go through it.
I think they could reduce. You can make the sound effect less. Like it doesn't need this.
And I think Ryan's just worried that if he folds, Saya might be overvaluing something like jacks.
I think it's good that
Although that's just 6 combos. And Ryan does make the call. Saya's going to win over a $60,000 pot. 56,400. Saya, oh no.
Thank you. Sorry, Ryan.
Saya apologizing.
It was very close.
Yeah.
What was it? 21.
She knows Malky
3, right?
has struggled in these games on Live at the Bike.
Yeah, it's short.
And unfortunately,
Yeah.
this will not be the session. He turns it around.
19.
Brian Malky
20.
We do.
I mean, but
loses
give,
just a massive
for sure.
hand there
Take whatever
in this
you want.
game right now.
Do you want these 6?
Those are.
Yeah.
They should be
you got to give Ryan some credit though. He almost folded
Okay.
that thing.
Oh, use double check.
He did tank pretty hard.
If it's wrong, it's my fault.
You're welcome.
You're adding 20.
Yeah, 20. All right, John. Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too.
Good. Thank you, everybody. I do need one thing.
Yeah.
Malky, a great sport here.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
Even in his defeat, A little bit of a smile on his face, but you know it hurts. Here are the chip counts now updated. Malky rebuying for 20,000.
What'd you say?
This is where it gets
Saya,
Yeah.
60,000 chips now. She's climbing up the leaderboard. Chris Brewer on top. Frank's still the most active. The most gambly. And hey, look at that. Sebastian, who had 12%. VPIP is now up to 15. Even he's playing more hands. And here's the profit. Saya now taking over 27,000 in profit. Brewer right behind her. Almost 20,000.
And those cumulative winnings and the other stats are brought to you tonight by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use a promo code ALLYTB. So you're going to be doing some gambling this weekend and you want to do some player props, check out monkeyknifefight.com and receive your 100% instant match. Promo code ALLYTB.
September 26th says, I think I'll come down to play in a month or two, set up the biggest game ever, 500K buy-in. Well, you just reach out to Wayne at liveatthebike.com. We'll set that game up for you. We certainly can fill you in with a few players who might join you at those stakes. Heck, for 500K, I think, Ryan, you think Garrett might even show up for that one?
Depends on the lineup, I think. 500K is a lot of money, man. I know Bill Klein will be here.
Bill Klein would certainly be in. I think Jackie the $1 Million Man would certainly be in. I think Andy would come back from Taiwan for that game.
I think he's in Vegas. I saw him on Twitter. Unless it's an imposter partying it up. So I'm going to throw some stacks in the chat real quick for Andy Stacks.
Wapo Vibe says, I wouldn't rebuy. I'm out. Peace. That's a clear indicator of how the rest of the night will go. That is, that's for certain. Sometimes it just feels that way. JJ, do you ever get up and pick up from a session where you might have the energy to keep playing, but it's just, for whatever reason, you're feeling like the cards aren't falling for you?
I wish I had that in me. I don't have a quit button like that. Like my only two reasons for quitting, it's usually late night, and it's because the game's not very good, or I'm tired. Nowadays, it's usually I'm tired. I wish I had that gear in me to quit like that. I don't have it. You know what, Matt? As funny as it sounds, is I tilt out, not in my play, but out loud sometimes. I might break something like Danny Negreanu or verbally say something inappropriate, but not in my play, I think. If I thought I was playing out of line, I would definitely quit.
You want to buy the one? Yeah. Take that.
If you are just joining us, you are watching competitive high-stakes poker here on Live at the Bike, coming to you from the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino in Los Angeles, California. This is a 100, 200, 200, sometimes 400 no-limit hold'em poker game featuring some of the most talented, feared, high-stakes pros out there.
Yeah.
We have a recreational player, Frank the Bank. He's over there in seat 4. But to be quite honest, he's going toe-to-toe, battling all of these pros, showing high aggression,
Because of ante.
showing
Otherwise you're getting
a frequency to gamble, playing the most hands out of any player. And I think he's up in the game, so what do you know?
Should probably be higher. You should have to put 200 dead no matter what.
In my game outside, we do like 100 higher, so you have to straddle 600.
I think just you have to make them put the ante in dead.
Yeah.
It's too big a deal to avoid putting in $200 dead.
Officially, you put the ante in.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're supposed to do, is put the anti-dead and then...
Yeah. You straddle. You can straddle
straddle
in,
to, like,
but you still
400,
should have to
though,
throw
right?
the 200 in the middle.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's too good.
Yeah.
Okay, so two, and then you straddle to 4 is what
That's
Michael was
fair.
saying.
Yep.
The ante should be in.
Yeah.
Now you can
No matter
straddle,
what.
yeah.
You shouldn't be able to skip to ante.
Chris with a very high C-bet frequency with his pair of 7s. 2 pair. He wants that exact type of hand to fold 2 overs. And if you guys would like to jump in and contribute in the chat, jump in the poll. It says, will Ryan make a comeback? He's currently stuck about 20K. Right now it's about a coin flip of 50-50. Yes, let's go Ryan. Or your other option is no. Stick a fork in him.
Yeah.
Wow. Still have all 5.
We always talk about how him and I never use time chips.
Oh, that's funny.
Man, whoever typed up that's pretty rude. Stick a fork in him.
I've always used at least one, basically. I always have some little spot.
Say over half the time I won't use one. You guys are playing great.
I mean, I'll definitely have random times I don't use one, but I'm a favorite to at least tank a minute one time. A lot of times I'll just use like 4 on one hand.
Yeah.
No time. 5-second clock. Every decision. Except for river.
I'd be fine with it. No, I think the actual best setup is you'd have to like make a lot of time chips, but just do like a stack of like 10-second time extensions, and then just do a 10-second clock. That way you like almost gain a chess clock effect. Like you just
What do you mean 10
you would just
seconds?
have like I'm saying you would just have like 40 time extensions or something, or like 40 like you maybe make it 15 seconds, but you have like.
I'm gonna go for this one with King High.
At that time.
Right.
And then you just have them for the day, and the shot clock's just 10 seconds.
Right, yeah. So you can't tank like 20 seconds per
Yeah. But
that's
if
the most annoying
if
thing.
you
It's
need
like-
a bunch of time for one spot, you have it.
Yeah.
And Ryan's just gonna pick her off.
I think that it's like by far the best system. It's a really short clock with a ton of extensions.
Ton of extensions, yeah.
It's annoying to implement.
So you just have
Right.
I know that that's
If they could somehow like computerize it and like keep track of it, you know, like
for this, it doesn't really matter. But like for tournaments,
yeah.
not allowing people to take 25 seconds every spot is super big.
Cody Burke asks, who are the commentators? My name is Weez.
I do think,
Also, my government
Someone
name
plays
is
fast all the
Matthew.
time and they have, like, a
I'm
random
the
spot
creative
and they, like,
director here at Live at the
fall on
Bike.
the level and take,
Responsible
like,
for many of the
5 minutes.
visuals you
I
see
think they dissolved
Yeah,
and the
they
clips
do.
you watch on our
Someone takes
YouTube
15
channel.
seconds
I also
every time,
directed
they don't
the
dissolve
show
after that.
intro, cinematic, and somebody said it looked like Christopher Nolan. I appreciate that. It's quite the compliment. I'm joined in the booth with JJ, our resident commentator here at these high-stakes games. I've been a filmmaker in Los Angeles for 10 years now. Huge poker fan, and just excited to be involved with Live at the Bike and this new era of this iconic show, the longest running high-stakes streaming cash game show on the internet, soon possibly to be on television. We'll see.
The Triton guys said that they want to, like, they already have, like, one app that's super sick where it, like, keeps all the stacks updated in live time, and you can, like, look through hand histories.
And you can look through
They
hands.
literally just pay a guy to stand at each table, and he just enters it in an iPad, and you can, like, go in the app. So you can, like, check everyone's stack in real time.
Oh, nice.
It's insane. But they said that the next thing they want to add to it is a chess clock, and then just have a chess clock for tournaments instead of time extensions.
What is the difference?
So a chess clock would just be you get like 15 minutes.
That's sick.
Yeah, and you just have 15 minutes to play for the tournament.
Okay.
And then if you ran out, you would just get 5 seconds pull decision at that point.
Matt with
So
2
you get
kings.
like 5 seconds to pull a stone every time. And the deal
But for tournaments, it
And
has to
2
go on
pair
for
for
15 minutes.
Sebastian, who
Well,
defends his
what you
big
do is
blind
you just
quite
go on
liberally
5
with Jack
seconds
7 off.
before you stalled it. So it would just be on the deal.
Ah, okay.
And the
So if
deal will
you-
just press the
If you
button.
fold, then you don't use any.
You don't
of the
use
time.
any of your
Okay,
time.
got it.
Yeah. But if you tank them all, time gets you.
Yeah, I like that.
Matt does check this one back. Somehow
The
Spidey
real
senses. I don't know how
setup,
these guys do
it's
it.
just the implementation's not easy. You have to have a deal that has to be on top of it the entire time. So, like,
I don't know how Sebastian decides to get a little out of line and just flops 2 pair against kings. This card, ace on the river,
all this stuff you just have to
probably going to save Matt some money.
So you just try it at the high stakes
Yeah, he does lose to the diamond draws that brick that had the ace in it now.
It's easy to try with
I think it depends on the sizing Sebastian chooses and what he tries to represent. And he's going bulky, it looks like, Matt. Piling in some $500 chips. That's over the size of the pot. And Matt's not going to like when he looks down and sees that he has a king of diamonds. Just not a good card to have. And snap fold versus that sizing. Well done by Matt. Does not take long to think about that one. Dude, it's me, bro. Says, dang, it's so nice when the commentators actually talk about the hands. You're very welcome.
I think he might be making fun of us.
No, I don't think so. We've done a good job of staying track on a lot of hands.
Dude, it's me, bro. Clarify. Was that a snarky attack, or were you actually complimenting us? A lot of love in the chat for the commentators. We appreciate it. We're poker fans. Fun fact about me, I actually started off as just a part of the chat fam, just a chat regular, live at the bike, and through various different ways, ended up here in the booth and working on this show, bringing this high-stakes action to you. So very happy to be here. At heart, I'm just a poker fan.
I just stumbled on here being a DGen. Nicole Jurgens asked me if I wanted to commentate. Queen 6-5. The rest is history. Frank with pretty cool hand here. He can make some backdoor flush draws and straights, and not going to fold to 1 bet, no doubt. I know my man Frank, and he does peel the call. Turn 3. John Cohen with some showdown value. He does beat like 8-7 and 8-9, those gutties, so he's going to try to get to showdown with his bottom pair. I've seen Frank in spots like this where he floats out of position and goes for it. This is exactly what he does. Well done by Frank. Frank the bank. More money in his deposit slip.
Dude, it's me, bro. You're right, JJ says, he was actually serious and watching the main event was rough. I agree. I watched a lot of the coverage last night, and there was not a ton of discussion going on about the hands. It's pretty all over the place. But I'll admit, it's tough for those guys because they're commentating at like midnight, and going 5-6 hours.
Come on, Matt.
You get a little loopy,
Come on, Matt. I don't give them no credit. Whoever's in the building, if you're a pro, you're a pro. And that's what it is. I've commentated almost 10 hours straight in $1 million cash game. So you're talking about fatigue and brain. I'm tired right now, but I'm going to do my best to my ability to pay attention for you guys. The crazy thing is we can mess up one hand and they're going to go off. So you gotta,
we better.
You got to stay the course. They've
All right,
done
let's
it.
get back to the poker then before we hang ourselves. Frank with top pair here. He's trying to trap Saya. And gets her to bet 1,300.
I think they did it because it's like the one you have to walk through to go to the Knights games and stuff. So they just didn't want it.
Frank the bank with that check mark. Gonna trap Saya. Oh no. Frank knows his players, knows Saya's very aggressive. So way ahead, way behind situation. He can be way ahead and let Saya bluff it off, or he can be way behind and do some pot controlling, as the old school pros used to say.
And it's priced the same.
More expensive.
Yeah, it's insane.
Saya does not bite.
Obviously.
Frank now going for some value.
Which one do you guys think are the best one?
Vidara is the best.
Vidara?
I mean, the win's the best.
The win is the best, but the win's like separate from the city center is like that little area, right? Yeah, the win and encore are like the best by far, but
yeah, Vidal is great. Vidal, I like Alia too. I mean, I like both of them. They're both nice.
How's what's that
Cosmo's great.
Cosmo's good.
Yeah.
What's the
9,500 in the pot. Saya's going to look him up with king high, it looks like. Saya almost put the chips in the pot.
What's the have you been to the new resort?
Resorts World?
Resorts World.
I stayed there, yeah.
Yeah, so it depends which hotel.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 hotels. I've
Which one's the nice one?
I've hold the Crossfold.
What is
Oh,
it?
no, it's the Crossfold's the nice one.
And Saya does give it up.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Like when and encore?
Brandon Adams says it's like one of the
That's bluff,
nicest
Frank.
hotels he's ever stayed
Okay, so even better than when and encore probably.
Yeah. He says it's better than those two.
Saya said that twice
one's
today,
like
and
a
Frank has
One's
had
a
it
Hilton.
both
They're all
times. I
Hilton
think she's being a little
properties, but
facetious.
One's Hilton, one's Conrad, one's Cotswold.
So when Hilton's the low one?
The Hilton's the low one, yeah.
一对啊，
I mean, it's still a Hilton.
对，就
It's not gonna be a
1对2啊。我也有1对2。
What I like best about it is that it
那
has
你
a
没有
smart
对，
TV,
你靠
so
什
you
么
can
呀？
hook up, so you can just cast.
Oh.
就这样。
Yeah, I stayed at the
打也打不过。
Mandarin Oriental.
打不过，可以。
那你还想？
Oh, GG Dog, you are definitely the homie. I do not know you, but come say hello at the bicycle anytime.
That made JJ
要
very.
趁让对面继续打，
You're really pumping the guy up.
打你就 fold 掉了。那我打错了，
Best compliment I got all day.
我肯定打错了。
错不正啊。
It wasn't the compliment about how the fact you commentate on all the poker hands and give the chat a lot of good education about how they can improve their game.
Nope, been there, done that. 2 clubs, nut flush draw
Double check.
for Saya. Saya's gonna check her nut flush draw twice.
Check.
And Saya and Chris are gonna split this one with the exact same ace high. And if you want to know why I always talk about a balanced strategy, that is what you call a balanced strategy. Checking a nut flush draw 2 times. You don't see, I think by default when you see in smaller games is someone just betting their nut flush draw. I got a flush draw, bro. But nope, that's how you mix in when that turn card comes a club to play deceptively. Sometimes you'll have the nut, sometimes you'll just have ace high. And it's about the top of the hour, and Matt and I haven't asked you for a while, so if you guys want to help this channel grow, which I know you guys do because this is an awesome 100-200 game today, smash that like button right now. Let's boost the YouTube algorithm so this channel gets to more homes and gets more looks at our awesome
It makes us look good in front of our bosses, you know. You're helping us out. You're helping JJ and I out because we can go take this to them and say, hey, look, the likes are up. We're getting a lot of likes. People like the show.
And Gem ones are good.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah,
Hulk MGM or whatever,
I guess.
still, like,
I still just want this channel to get over 200,000 subs by the end of July. I think it's going to get done. I would bet a wager on it. So I'll see you guys at 200,000. Hopefully we have like a epic YouTube like highlight of like the top 30 hands of all time or the top 10 hands of Live at the Bike at all time. Right when we hit that 200,000 sub. What do you think about that, Matt?
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That would be very cool. Sounds like you just gave me a lot of work to do. Thank you.
You could throw it over at Wayne. And Wayne will say, we need more people in the room, everywhere. And I will agree with Wayne, because he's my boy. $57 votes thus far. If Ryan Malky will make a comeback, he is stuck around probably around 18,000 now. He's got about an hour to get unstuck. It's at a dead coin flip right now. 50-50 in the voting. Saya flopping the straight. 3 clubs on board. Saya with the raise, and it gets Chris to fold that queen of clubs.
120.
120? Okay, yeah. Spot on. We're just updating the stats,
Yeah.
making sure they're right. Hey,
Almost 40, 39.
he said about 30. About, thank you.
The blind versus blind battle. Last time we saw Saya try to bluff off Ryan. Here's Saya with top pair. She checks it. And the river is a queen, bringing a front door flush into fruition. And Saya, it sounds like she bet half the size of the pot, which it was. And Ryan with a pretty dusty hand. I wonder how often he turns this one into a bluff. He blocks the straights, he blocks the diamonds. Good bluff candidate here. Can't do it at 100% frequency, and he just gives it up. That's fine too. Always want to get a little ambitious in the booth when you can see the whole cards. The removal.
Okay, bump up 49.
Whoa.
That's good. I like that.
What the hell was that? Oh, it's a bomb pot. Okay. Immersive wall. These players are going to put $500 in the pot. There's no action pre-flop, and guess what? There's 2 flops. So we're going to play a split pot game. A double board bomb pot for your enjoyment. This is how players get stacked the easiest in this game.
9.
And if anyone knows what the hell's going on here, has some strategy for these, please pipe up in the chat. We're trying to figure it out as well.
Saya with a 9 on each board. That's 1,200.
Finance days, Nick.
Thank you.
We've been moving the button, right?
No, we
have
we
not.
freeze it on the bomb pot.
Freezing it.
Like consistently every time I moved it and then had to move it back because I just programmed to move it, you know.
I can't believe you did that 10 times in a row.
But every time I push it back, even if you don't remind me, I'll remember before I deal it.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah.
the person gets to play the bomb pot in position. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean,
But the thing
Obviously,
is,
it's
it's just keeping it consistent as
well, otherwise the next person doesn't pay the blind. So there's a problem.
It's all random.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
But it's all random though, right? So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah. It's not completely random.
it's not.
You play like a reasonable amount of hands for the time, so you can kind of guess what it's gonna end up being.
Oh right.
I was gonna say, I was like, if someone was on top of it, they could also stall to get it,
Right.
which would be like actually worth a lot.
Right.
Joe G says, first time
It's like
here, new
literally all
sub
I
because
do.
I like your
Yeah, I do it
commentary.
once.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're just a couple of poker fans here enjoying this competitive high stakes game coming to you from live at the bike here in Los Angeles, California. Frank makes top pair.
Brazil.
But
I don't
Chris
know.
Brewer, the shark in this game,
Frank told
has
me
top
he's
pair
not
as well, and
playing,
he's got a better
like,
kicker.
Earlier today, I was like, what the
Frank's
fuck?
going to bet
Because I was
900.
shocked.
I'm shocked. I'm worried about him.
Chris
relationship.
elects just to call,
And also, he's
laying
been losing a lot.
a trap
He
perhaps.
told me on
Queen
Wednesday
on
he
the
lost
turn.
66,000 in a 25-50 game.
66,000.
Yeah.
Were you in the game?
No, he told me that's how much he lost because I played yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday he lost big too. And I also lost big yesterday. We're the 2 fish, which lost every hand.
Because I wasn't in the game. I've never seen you lose, but I've been in the game.
I lost my ass yesterday.
Frank betting 1,800.
That's cool. I've never,
Asking question,
at
is
least in
my
the
top
last,
pair
like, 6
good?
months, if I've been in the game,
Chris
I've never
calls.
lost.
This has to
I
set
moved
some
plenty of
alarm
times,
bells
it just
off
happened not
in
to be
Frank's
No, it's not in the table.
head.
It's crazy how that works.
Yeah.
There is no draw. And it goes check, check. Wisely on Frank's part. Chris takes it down.
And since we do have the creative producer in the back, a question sparks our interest here. Would you watch a double board bomb pot only game? So only double board bomb pots for a 5-hour stream.
Or however long it took for everyone to give up.
And go bust. That's true.
Though. Hey, if you're listening to this and you're not in the chat, you're just kind of watching along casually, would appreciate you just jumping over real quick to vote on this. This is a programming idea that we're considering. I'd love to have your feedback before we go ahead with it, perhaps. Have to go back to my statistics days in college and make sure the N value is high enough to consider this poll statistically significant.
Oh, you definitely passed. Look at you.
What's the value for statistical significance? Let's ask the chat. Chat, what's the value for statistical significance?
95, right?
No, it's actually like algebraic.
Oh, it's like an equation.
Mm-hmm. What alphanumeric
One thing I have to say about our
symbol
chat.
represents the statistical significance? That's what I'm asking. Sorry, I've had a couple Red Bull vodkas.
It balances out. Balanced strategy. Liquor with some energy. Queen, 6 deuce, 2 jacks.
I know.
Do not like
it
that
literally
queen.
goes like 20 degrees
but
both
still go bet.
It really was up to like 80. And now it's
Again,
like
Frank with a wrap type hand, Matt. You can wrap around that queen for a flush and a straight, and there's a club there.
Yeah, for sure, but it's just so funny.
Matt's club a little bit bigger than Frank's. 10,400 in the pot. This pot is getting built.
And it's like nice sometimes, and some other times.
River is an ace.
I'm gonna start wearing like Under Armour stuff.
Frank does not take a bite, and Matt's gonna win with 2 queens, a main event seat on this main event. Day 2. Matt, was it Sigma? Or are you looking this up because you forgot?
It's not Sigma. No.
You need to get a privacy screen, man.
That's you, I didn't know what you
I should not have burned you, my bad.
You did burn me, bro. You burned me. It's not Sigma. I believe it's the R squared value. That is my recollection from methods in political science.
Real signature dress is a onesie.
The
onesie?
Yeah.
They are nice. You don't have to think about how to match your top and bottom. Going to the bathroom is a little tough.
488 likes this evening, Matt. They're supporting us, and we are 12 likes away from 500. So if you have not smashed that like button, let's get it. Smash that like button now. Let's get over 500 likes. Frank,
I've added a few
outside the box with 7-6 off.
Like 2 to 3. I think I have an elephant one, a squirrel one, and a...
I don't know if they're technically onesies.
We were,
yeah, cost.
88
like back in the
juice.
days when Bruno was still living in LA, we were gonna
River
have a
bets
onesie
first
game.
wins.
We had a Christmas game where everybody had to dress Christmas theme.
Yeah.
Ugly sweater.
Yeah, ugly sweaters, everybody.
And Frank's aggression.
Yeah,
well
costume
done
game
by
sounds
Frank
like
the
fun.
Bank.
Yeah.
I went to like a music festival and we did like a onesie thing as a group. So like each one of us had like a different animal onesie.
That's a good one.
Yeah, man.
I wear a onesie for.
It's obviously like a
And just like that, the good people at home
It wasn't Halloween.
No, it's just like a man.
only need 1 like, and there we go, right over 500. Well done.
It was
Shout out to Jay Ham who says wrong. R squared is the percent of variance explained by the model. I think that is actually correct. I'm seeing.
I'm telling you, this chat is on
Listen, I
another
told
level.
you I'm not a math guy. I'm a field player.
Yeah. I did it for Halloween.
Thanks,
in,
Jay Ham, for
San Francisco.
keeping us honest over here.
Our chat is just as good as Google. You throw out a question, boom.
Sure.
Saya with ace king and a 3-bet.
Did you EDC the shield, John?
No.
That was like a big move.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Good weather went, right?
Yeah. I mean, they love it, like, so they always go together.
I would have. I was in Madrid.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so fun.
We're at
I just
60
like,
votes,
I don't
59
love
votes
doing
that
shows
say,
like that anymore, but,
with
like, it's
61%
fun, but,
saying
like,
man, you
no,
can have fun without
they don't like the
drugs.
idea
no,
of a double
if I
board
go,
bomb
I'll
hot
always
game
do it,
only.
So, like, that's to stop
J-Ham,
myself from, like,
how do I determine
I
whether or
just like
not
to
the
stop
end
myself
value
before I go.
is high enough to consider this irrelevant result?
Not enough sample size.
Sample size.
King 5 deuce. John, who's been kind of radio silent, flopping top 2 pair multi-way. Gets no action. Flopped that set earlier versus Sebastian. No action. Top 2. No action. When will the poker gods bless John with the double up? And the reason why I say bless is because Matt told me last week that the poker gods, or the cards are the gods.
You're not
so.
like into the music, right?
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not into EDM.
I mean, it's the same for me. I'm just going
Yeah.
to party. I'm not
the
going.
part, exactly.
I'm not going to listen to music. I mean, I can like it, but
It's like okay, but I don't really love
every
it.
once in a while there's a set. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that's cool.
Same. Most of the time, it just sounds like noise.
Yeah, I think they all. The styles sound different, but a lot of the stuff within
Yeah.
the styles sounds similar. My girlfriend gets mad at me about that too.
Yeah.
She's like, has a great family. Like,
She loves it.
Yeah, yeah, she's full on.
If you'd like to get a seat in one of these games, you can email Wayne at liveatthebike.com. That's Wayne at liveatthebike.com. If you have a little personality, or a lot of gamble in you, or a giant bankroll, you can certainly find a seat here at Live at the Bike.
And John gets some value as Frank gets sticky with his pair of sixes.
Added 5,000.
Ryan added 5K. Copy. Ryan added 5K. You copy, yeah? Let's give Ryan, yeah. Okay. 500.
If you're just joining us, you are watching competitive high-stakes poker coming to you from Live at the Bike, located in Los Angeles, California. We're watching a 100, 200, 200 competitive cash game going on here with some of the best talent in Los Angeles battling each other on this felt. John Cohen with pocket nines. And he hits a set. But there are 4 clubs on the board. This is probably going to check all the way through.
Five.
Cohen going for the thinnest of value.
No water? Oh. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, next. Yeah, I got it.
Five. Second round.
Raise.
Five.
What's up? Oh, okay.
That happened. That's all that happens. It's talking to on the phone. He did it before.
Yeah,
She's like, "What?"
happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it catches you off guard. You're just like, ah.
That happened occasionally. I'll group respond to something they said, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Five.
Talking shit about Chris.
Like,
now.
He's like, I really wish these guys would shower.
Sayo.
6. All right, buddy. Thank you.
Here are your chip counts. But that's not what we really care about. We want to see who's winning and who's losing. Frank's still the most active, gambling it up here. Saya, the most active of the pros, 37%. And here is the up and down. Saya leading this game up $30,000. Malky down $20,005. Brewer, $23,005. He's right behind Saya, second place.
500. 3,500.
Everyone has diamonds in this hand. Saya quickly releasing ace queen off to Frank's 3-bet of 3,500. Sebastian's gonna call here. The 10-9 suited. It's gonna be hard for him to find diamonds. And look at that, Frank. Flopping trips.
4,000.
4,000.
Ah.
Show the bluff.
You bluff.
Show the bluff.
Saya keeps begging Frank to show a bluff, but you want to know what? He's always at it.
You should check.
What, you had eight? Well, you had 8 deuce?
I did have 8.
King 8. King 8.
I had pocket 8.
Pocket 8?
With the ace.
Yeah, you should check.
I don't know how you play pocket eights.
I fold the pocket ace.
You fold pocket aces?
8.
Pocket 8.
Raise.
500. You raise 17.
And Chris with that 3-bet again, Matt with that ace-5 suited. Those young kids and their wheel flush draws pre-flop to the nuts. Ryan in the hand as well. Let's see what Ryan does. And his hand finally pops up on our graphic. 2 queens. And a cold 4-bet to 5,500. The jig is up. And that perks the question, Matt. If Ryan's able to do that and everyone folds, why don't these players start doing that a little bit lighter?
This is the best I've ran on stream. I've had so many hands.
No. I define running good as winning, man.
You think you're running good?
I've never had this many big
You've had
hands.
good starting hands, but it's
I
running
kind of
terrible.
like that. I've won a lot of pots.
Yeah. I hate when you're getting good hands and it's like second best always. You know, that's when you lose the most.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
So
it's
that's
cool
always
when
what
you
happened to
get
me
a
at the main event.
It's pretty bad.
Can you imagine?
yeah,
Malky lost a $60,000 pot to Saya after his queens were cracked, and he's saying, "Hey, I'm running good. I'm getting a lot of good starting hands." I mean, what an optimist!
Raise.
Raise 500. Heads up.
Ace 10 6, 2 clubs and a set of 10s for Matt. Matt's set of 10s got cracked earlier by Frank.
Raise 34.
And Matt's not going to let that happen once again. He's going to put in a raise this time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and Matt doesn't want to be fooled again. See what I did there? I like that.
Go around.
Yeah, I'm always into that. Need to run good in the straddle round.
And we do have ourselves a straddle round. So this game now has the 400 turned on. $900 dead in every single pot. So if you like high stakes poker, you're at the right place. $900, that's probably the vast majority of our buy-ins when we get to the casino, and that's just in the middle. What I've realized is the person who's mentioning the straddle round is usually the person who wants to go for it the most.
Raise to 1,000.
Chris with Ace King is going to make it 1,000 to go, and Matt made it 1,000 to go, and Chris is going to make it 3,500. And Saya wakes up with Ace 10 suited in a spot where she knows that Matt's going to be light in the cutoff, and Chris on the button is going to be putting in a lot of 3-betting. So Saya says, is it time to come with the cold 4-bet? And Saya passes up on it. Ace 7-4. Chris Brewer with top pair, top kicker. Bet of 2,500. And 2 9s. He's going to make the call. At least one street. And a turn 9 for Matsu. Matt started this hand with 4,500 in a straddle round, which means it's a little bit over 100 big blinds. We might see the biggest pot of the night in this hand.
Brewer's profit definitely at risk here.
Brewer bets 10,000. Brewer brewing up a pot that's not going to go his way. And Matt goes all in, and the sense of frustration.
How do you check shove?
Yeah, right there. I win. I get 2 clubs.
I folded Ace 10 of heart pre-flop. Yesterday I 4-bet that hand didn't work out well.
Brewer absolutely beside himself.
I win. You did?
Uncharacteristically condemning the player's play. He said, how did you check shove that?
Shit.
If I 4-bet, I lose.
I probably push
A big
Chris
fine.
wins.
32,
Ace 10 of heart.
Pair flush or
34,000.
That's how did you know to fold?
I figure I shouldn't 4-bet it every single time.
Yeah.
And yesterday I 4-bet it, I ran into
You would have
kings.
lost the big
And Chris Brewer has to hear Saya talking about a hand that she folded pre-flop.
Not only that, Frank said, oh, I win. Like, I would have made my flush. So, guys, when you lose a big pot in your 1-2 or 2-5 game and you hear somebody going off about how they would have won the hand, just realize it happens too at the highest stakes. It even happens here on Live at the Bike.
And I know Chris is berating Matt a little bit, but he said, how do you check shove? That meaning like, you shouldn't really have a check shove range there, pretty much. You should let me blast off, right? That's what I'm thinking he
I
means.
think every single time I've ever played with you, you play the 3-bet pot where you've done all that. I literally don't think I've ever won.
Matt beats me all the time.
Yeah,
I've only ever lost
We've
pots.
played like 7 times. I've been in a 3-bet pot with top and been shoved on every time. It's fucking insane. And I've never won it. I've either folded or just called and been shown to set.
Just diamonds, jack of hearts, queen spades.
Double board bomb pot
Best
engaged.
hand to have here is
Safe to say that Matt Sue is now the big winner on High Stakes Friday.
1,000. Three players. Seven diamonds on top.
This is super noticeable, side. I didn't even see it on the.
Yeah.
Check
It's
reject.
pretty noticeable. What? Especially since you pointed out at me.
I had
Just
a,
bought this
I had a
shirt.
worse jack than you.
What's Jack?
Twice as much as Tom's
Oh,
shirts. This is $15. Tom's shirts are $10.
Oh, so
Finally a win.
yeah. Too bad that you stand an expensive shirt.
I love
Lucky
these.
no Jack,
Nice
right?
white
Huh?
tees.
Lucky no Jack.
This,
dirty.
this t-shirt does
Oh, if Jack
does
comes in, I
look
call.
nice. The
Yeah,
t-shirt.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to buy more expensive
The other
white
board
tees,
has
but I
nothing,
always get them
so
dirty.
Just a straight draw.
It's my second time wearing it.
And that was definitely the Hobble hot sauce hand of the day. Shout out to Hobble
Free salsa.
Sauce, proud sponsor of Live at the Bike.
Can't feel bad.
Check them out, hobblesauce.com
I'll-
for some
I'll straddle
delicious
next,
hot sauce.
Next round. Yeah, I owe one straddle. Yeah.
Raise five.
It's not too spicy, has some very good flavor. That hand was pure spice. And Chris Brewer, visually tilted.
26.
Matt with an open and a 3-bet by Ryan. And Matt's going to have some 4-bets here with this hand. He's going to have some calls too. And
26. right?
decides to just call.
Three players. Two thousand.
And a bet of 2,000, and Queens are going to call, and Frank's going to make the call with the gutty. And a river ace for Ryan Malky.
Yeah. 6,500.
And you can just see the tension. Chris still shaking his head, still
We're still finishing the round of
Upset.
straddle, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna make mine up next.
Please
Alex,
bring up
it's
ace
your
of
straddle.
hearts, ace of
Yeah.
clubs.
Next
Live at the bike, please.
Chris Brewer still upset about that hand.
Man, I
It was a big pot. It was a big pot of the night. It was $87,900.
Was there any bets post flop, or was it just
maybe I won bigger pots? So it wasn't shrouded.
All right, I'm gonna leave something up to your hands in the chat.
That's possible, right? Yeah.
If you guys watch poker how I do, I come and go. I watch a few hands, come back. Might leave it on in the background, come back to it. So I'm in and out of watching a 5-hour stream. While I'm commentating, I'm here present for 5 hours. But if you guys enjoy what I bring to the table, and you guys enjoyed this show of 100, 200 with the $200 Big Blind Annie, please smash the like button. Let's get over 600 likes by the end of the show. We have 30 minutes to do it. It gets better. I will have timestamps for you guys. So if you guys appreciate me putting timestamps, just like that hand, that $87,900 hand, I will have that timestamp, and it'll say biggest pot of the night. You can click on that at the end of the show. I should have them up within hopefully about 20 minutes of the show. So you guys can go back through all these amazing hands of the night with simply just looking at the comment section. So if you appreciate that, you appreciate timestamps, and if you love Live at the Bike, help us grow this channel. Smash that like button right now. Let's get over 600 likes. Can easily do it. We need 70-ish likes away from that mark. And we've got over 700 viewers in the YouTube chat. So if 10% of you smash that like button right now, I know earlier you guys said in the voting on the poll, some of you are lazy. Please click that because it is going to take a little extra time and effort to put the timestamp for you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So
I think they're probably gonna play this one next week.
Yeah. So.
900.
I think I'm
They have a
lying, you know.
right? They have a bunch of them.
Yeah, they should have some saved up, I think.
She said I'm lying. Shit. Man.
Bottom two pair for Frank the Bank. Sebastian and Frank in a $25,000 pot. We have liftoff. This is a straddle round, but this pot has definitely ballooned up. And if you're Sebastian, you beat bricked out hearts, but you do not like that 8 in your hand. And Sebastian does give it up. I wonder if Sebastian's going to be kicking himself after making that call on the turn for 7,000.
你知道我说啥？
你真的连开3枪透气啊？
啊？
你真的连开3枪透气？
我牌很大，但是发出来的很大，要发出来。
900. 600. Raise 2,000.
And a raise from Chris Brewer with an open-ended straight draw. And Frank knows that Chris is a little hot and might be a little bit tilted.
Much behind.
And Chris Brewer with 2x the size of the pot.
He's done that many times. The big shove.
And Chris Brewer, not a stranger to picking some tough bet sizes for his opponents to be in the blender.
Let's fail.
I didn't see you.
You should hold up a newspaper.
Oh, I have straddle, right?
No, it's
Oh,
over.
okay.
Oh, it's over, yeah.
Okay. I prefer straddle.
17.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's 5 to 17. Heads up.
Saya with the 3-bet and out flops Frank's king high. Turn is a king for Frank.
1,000.
And a bet of 1,000 and a call. One liner to the straight, the ace, and a 9. Who is going to bluff at this pot?
22.
And it is Frank. Saya wondering if she should go for the rebluff. I wonder if her tanking this long kind of gives it away.
你什么牌？这么紧张？
这是抓鸡的牌，这是抓鸡的牌。
哦，抓鸡是吧？我可以秀一张牌给你看。我要不要秀一张牌？
秀一张牌给我看。
啊？
可以啊。
不看，你要是 fold 了，我秀这一张；你 call 我秀这一张。This one is for fold, I show you. This one you call, I show you.
Okay. Oh, that's fuck.
If you fold, I will.
Fuck.
And Saya, who made a very light call earlier versus Chris Brewer, that one did not work as far as light calls go.
啊，
你也会很难受。也就这么大价值了。Maximum value.
Raise.
500.
来3。
有什么水平啊？这是没有水平，一毛没赢。
Right.
500.
哎呀，雷雷没赢，我就特别喜欢跟雷雷打。
我也喜欢跟雷雷打，
嗯，
跟雷雷打他也很爽，
很爽。
他总是喜欢一些
They're
肉
gonna。give
他
Ryan
总是
double
有时候
fuck
就有
here,
一些
so
莫名
lose
其妙
this
的点
ball now.
I know, I
突
know.
发奇想。
对啊，他都是。
Funny, my brain was
突发
going
奇想
through. Yeah. How could this work out bad?
哎，偶尔有几次突发奇想很成功，他就把它当成是一种打法，一种风格。
对啊，他以为这样打就是对的。
这是风格。雷雷听到没有？我们在鄙视你。
Raise to 3,000.
And Chris Brewer with 2 jacks putting in the 3-bet. Sebastian and Frank
Funky call.
In a funky call?
trying to crack these jacks of Brewer.
There should be a hand
Ace,
class this
ace
time.
8.
He's a donkey.
And Sebastian
I like
flops a
these
boat.
funky for now on Describe poker.
Donkey is.
Funky, like funk is soul, right?
Shit,
2,500.
I should have raised pre-flop. Raised pre-flop.
2,500. Oh.
2,500 and a snap call from Sebastian. And that will probably slow down Chris. Chris knows that. Oh, and a jack on the turn! Are you kidding me? And Chris Brewer just got coolered once again. Chris goes with the $3,500 bet. So he can go just over pot size shove on the river. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? A jack on the turn. Chris Brewer needs a jack. $21,900 in the pot. Does Sebastian rip it in here, or does he check it over to Chris one more time? Check and an all-in from Chris Brewer, and Sebastian has to double check his hole cards. And a call. Oh my gosh, 69,300, and Chris Brewer just got bladed.
I thought I was dead. I felt it. Oh, I don't know, something about the way you showed me the chips. I really thought you had a vote.
Oh, nothing can do. There's nothing can do. It's flop.
I could flip both all. That'd be good.
That is insane. I mean, you're running insanely bad today.
I do this every time I play. I understand.
26,200.
I do too, but it's not for these size spots. Yeah. Usually smaller.
I should check back for the level.
Is S king or S flat? It's S king. Couldn't be S
And
king.
Chris Brewer, who just lost the biggest hand of the night 10 hands ago, now gets bladed full house versus full house for just shy of a $70,000 pot. Once again, I am JJ De La Garza. You are watching the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest-running high-stakes poker series. Coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. And if you haven't just yet, smash that like button. These players are out here battling in a 100, 200, 200 game with the Straddle 400. I'm out here missing the World Series main event. Support the channel so we reach out to more households. Get this channel growing. I will have some timestamps for you guys. Let's push this YouTube algorithm to 600 likes by the end of the show. About 40 more likes. Go. It's your turn to contribute to the YouTube algorithm on now.
Cool.
1,500.
I'm in. He's too young to be, sir. Are you a sir yet?
Probably. I mean, I'm probably older than most people here. I'm 33, so it's just ranking me, I guess. You're almost my age, right? You're younger than me or something?
No, I'm older than you.
You're older than me?
34, yeah.
Oh, okay. Good.
We're sirs, yeah.
When you turn 35?
Next year.
What month? What month?
January.
Okay, yeah, so you're like a year and 3 months. I'm April. Year and 3 months older. I'm a year older than you. Right? Yeah,
A little more. I'm 31.
Oh, okay, 2 years older. Yeah.
You're a year older than you.
I know Chris is like 29, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I know
29. 29 going on 50.
Raise 5.
I didn't know you can get cards that bad. Jesus.
Huh?
I didn't know I can get dealt cards that bad.
That bad? Yeah. It's amazing sometimes.
3 players.
You're having a brutal day, Chris. That's brutal. Those 2 hands, man. Absolutely.
I don't know,
Absolute hilarity.
I felt dead on both. I felt dead on both of them too.
Yeah.
I like saw the 9. Somehow I knew it fucked
Both
me.
of them, there's just like.
And then like the Wivel, I just somehow knew I was dead. But it just dead.
Those are the 2 hands that kind of happened to me on Ignition, where I'm just like raging. That's like the Ignition special, you know. You just get like cooler 2 hands in a row, and then just like some guy who just like
It's all good.
can't even lace up his shoelaces.
All good.
Hmm. 500. Raise 19.
Open by Sia and a 3-bet by Sebastian. Sebastian sitting with $67,000 in front of him. Ace, King, 3. spot where Sebastian's going to have a high c-bet frequency for a smaller bet. And here he bets about the quarter pot size bet.
1400.
And he does bet 1400, about a third sizing. He's going to do this with his range, so why not do it with his 2 jacks?
Raise the 8.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah. Yep. There we go.
Going to bring us to an end of the show, I believe. Here are the cumulative winnings. Matt with a big win. Sebastian, another big win. And Chris, the big spender of the evening. He did not run well at all. I hope you guys enjoyed this 100, 200, 200 game. Timestamps will be up for you. I am JJ De La Garza. Have an amazing weekend. We will see you soon. Next week we have Mariano for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I will see you there, back in action. Hopefully next time Chris Brewer runs a little bit better. He ran pretty bad. He was on the unfortunate end of the 2 biggest pots of the night. Peace and love, y'all. I'll see you guys next week.